Yes, we do.
South Seas Mixed-Use Plan Development, Day 9. We are in the middle of
Is
applicant.
this the longest ever?
I don't know. Mining cases go a long time, so we'll have to check that.
I mean, that's a dubious honor, I recognize, but
Yes. We are in applicant rebuttals presentation. They commenced it on April 8th. My understanding is it'll conclude today, followed by staff's presentation and possibly the end of the case, if there's enough time to go through all the conditions and deviations.
did you want to re-swear us, or are we good?
Yes, I am going to re-swear. Everyone who is testifying today, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony and evidence that you place into the record will be the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. We will continue. Bob Walter was the last witness.
And we are going to have Alexis speak today, but before that, I put some documents on your desk. The one is minutes from the Board of County Commissioner meeting. I had to turn to the page where the good stuff is. It's June 20th, 2023, and it is a discussion of the ordinance, and it's relevant because if you turn to page 3, Mr. Jacob is quoted, and he's going through the ordinance, and Commissioner Pendergrass asks Mr. Jacobs, what happens if the ordinance is not passed and the height restrictions go unchanged? Mr. Jacobs stated that those who were required to rebuild, as in this case, following Hurricane Ian, or were affected by the 50% rule, would be required to raise the level of their home to meet current regulations, but would not be allowed to raise the height of their homes or businesses, which would result in a squishing of the property. The discussion goes on, and then there was a question in regard to South Seas and the change in the ordinance for South Seas. And Mr. Jacob explained what was the catch-22, that unless they changed the ordinance, South Seas would not be able to rezone their property so that they could meet the current FEMA elevations and all the elevations we've talked about and avoid the squishing, so that the changes had to happen so this property could be treated essentially like everybody else. And the reason we couldn't be treated like everybody else is because of the administrative amendment. And I know that Mr. Gross's questions wanted to know who told us that we have to do this, and the answer is Michael Jacobs told us in the board hearing and in other instances, but I wanted to be able to substantiate the fact that that information was made abundantly clear. The other thing I gave you is an email from Mr. Jacobs to Leo, and I can't say his last name, but he testified here, Leo from Land's End, asked all these questions about the height and about the build back. One thing I would note that's not relevant at this juncture, the county had a build back ordinance in the Code of Ordinances. That has been eliminated, so that no longer exists. And so Mr. Jacob explained to Leo the fact that if you have to rebuild your structure and you want to retain the number of floors you have right now in Land's End, you need to rezone. And he even recommended to them that if you want to get this fixed, you should work with the applicant and get them to include you. So I know a lot of folks said they didn't understand why we're here and that we don't need to do this. And I think these documents clearly indicate that the county attorney's office has said, if you don't want to lose the right you have now to the same size structures, you need to rezone. So we do need to do this, and we've been told officially, as has a representative of one of the HOAs. Thank you.
Thank you. The minutes was applicant's exhibit 30, and the email was applicant exhibit 31.
Good morning. So we are structuring our closing rebuttal and presentation as such, we would like to start by walking through conditions that staff and the applicant have been working on over the course of the hearing. Some of them are, I believe we are in 100% agreement. We will walk you through those. If I were to bet, would request to leave the record open after today to make refinements to some of these conditions, but I think they're substantially there. We can walk you through those as we will rely on some of those conditions for our closing rebuttal presentation. The remaining speakers, Hans will be very brief. Hans Wilson will be very brief addressing slips. Mark McLean with MHK will be showing you proposed elevations of our proposed structures, hotel and multifamily, in comparison to the existing conditions within South Seas Island Resort for those structures not within the MPD boundary. I think you're clear in wanting to know how our proposed buildings will interface with the existing conditions. We also do a comparison of if those structures are rebuilt in the event of future natural disasters, if those structures are rebuilt with just their existing conditions, their current floor heights, et cetera, to the current FEMA standard, which they would have to abide by. So we've done 2 different versions of it, so you can have a full picture of how our buildings compare. And then I'll just briefly kind of close it out with comp plan compliance and LDC consistency. And then Greg Spencer would like to just also address you briefly. And then to the extent we feel that, or you feel that we haven't addressed all the questions in your memo, we've prepared responses and can walk through those as well. So we do think we can get through that hopefully by lunchtime and then have your staff do their rebuttal. So I'm going to hand you the working draft conditions as well as the slides here.
This is the new PowerPoint.
New PowerPoint.
That's going to be applicant exhibit 32.
And this replaces the back end of the presentation in your binder. And I can reconcile that if you would like during a break and just take out the sheets that we abridged it greatly. So that's a positive aspect of this.
And then the second exhibit is the revised conditions that you worked on with staff.
Correct.
That's applicant exhibit 33.
Okay, thank you. So I won't belabor conditions that did not significantly change since you saw the staff report prior to the start of the hearings in February. So condition 1, we simply revised the date of the master concept plan, referencing that date of March 20th, as we have revised the plan to address the renumbering of deviations. As we walk through this document, we'll see we've eliminated some deviations. And so we elected to renumber them, which required all the symbology on the MCP to be updated. That is really the only substantive.
So the master concept plan now is key to this new set?
Yes.
Okay, excellent.
Development parameters have not changed, nor has the compliance with LEAD plan and LDC. In terms of the schedule of uses and property development regulations, starting on page 1 and carrying through page 5, the only change there is just revisions to referenced conditions, namely new condition 20 related to the golf course. So we haven't made any other substantive modifications other than that condition. And that's reflected, we'll get you a highlighted copy of this, but that's on page 3 on the golf course tract. There's also reference to modifications to condition 8, which is accessory uses, so on page 3 as well.
Okay.
All right, now I'm going to flip to page 5. Now we're getting into building setbacks. There have been no changes to the building setbacks proposed in that condition, as well as street setbacks. We have made changes to open space and indigenous preservation, which is condition 4. So we always had condition A, but we added at the very top of page 6 of 22, you had asked in your memorandum to address what uses would be permitted in the preserve and protections against trimming and modifications, as those preserves are largely mangrove, if not entirely mangrove. So we've proffered the condition, staff is in agreement with it, states uses in preserve areas are limited to an elevated boardwalk for passive recreation use and required maintenance activities authorized by the local, state, and federal permits. Any mangrove trimming required to construct the boardwalk must be approved by state and federal agencies. So pretty standard language. C is also a change and an addition that staff proffered and we are in agreement with, to provide an indigenous management plan in accordance with your land development code. Typically that comes in with the development order plans authorizing construction. What staff has done here is ask that we preemptively potentially file a limited review development order to just get this indigenous management plan into the county within 180 days of zoning approval, whether that's attached to a full DO or whether we're just submitting that as a limited review DO. It needs to be provided within 180 days, providing all the typical information of an indigenous management plan per the code. And I think that's just, they can speak to this, but I would imagine there's work being done with the current entitlements and allowances and development orders, and they just want reconciliation of what's out there and a plan moving forward with, so they can appropriately analyze future development orders.
So the area that was heavily impacted by the storms, the aerials I saw, a lot of dead vegetation and everything. So they're going in there and they're removing that and replanting. What exactly is happening there?
I will ask Kathy Olson to come and address that.
Good morning, Kathy Olson for the record. Actually, no, we can't remove the dead mangroves. The state is not allowing, DEP is not allowing that right now. So it will be through natural recruitment.
So is there any planting going on in there even? Or they just have to wait for it to repropagate on its own?
Correct.
Thank you.
This also includes details for boardwalks and informational kiosks within the preserve. We've done some different, sorry.
And that'll be folded into the management plan?
Yes,
And that'll probably be an LDO, you're saying?
yes.
Okay. And that's condition 4.
4C, yes. All right, moving on to condition 5. I'm going to advance to some slightly alternative wording that's at the very end of my slides, so I'm going to take you through. We kind of did this on the fly here. You're getting a sneak peek of all of our great rebuttal. Okay. All right. So condition 5A, the changes from what is in your document is shown in green. So A, we had proposed to kind of combine the concepts of turtle lighting protections and migratory bird protections into one unified condition. In this latest iteration that staff worked on, they were more comfortable keeping these as separate topics, separate conditions, as was originally proffered to you in the original staff report. So we've just worked out a little further specificity and flexibility on this migratory bird condition A. I think a pretty simple and straightforward addition that it's the actually architectural plans that are submitted with the DO that would be reviewed by environmental staff for utilization of window treatment to reduce or break up window panel reflection to decrease potential bird strikes.
And these measures will be identified on the architectural plans?
Correct. Because they involve the building design. And so and we're in agreement on the acceptable forms of window treatment relating to the migratory birds, that it can involve non-reflective tinting, the decals, exterior sunshades. We also wanted to add covered balconies, as the bulk of the glass that would be subject to this condition would be the lanai doors going out to a patio area off the building. And there will be no uncovered patio or lanai areas, of course, to maximize use, and what the market demands is covered outdoor area. So the glass would be recessed and then covered by the balcony ceiling for the entirety of the building. So where that design is in place, that would address the migratory bird issue. And your staff can address this as well, but we believe they're in agreement with these fairly minor additions. And this would be for all windows and doors facing the Gulf and the Sound. So you don't have this language in yours, but you will.
I actually have that wording.
You do?
Yes.
Okay. What am I looking at? Now I'm concerned. I'm looking at a different document than you are.
It does need to be revised, though, because it's repeats the title twice, but that's all right. You'll submit that in a post-hearing submittal. I'm sure you'll do the last triple check of everything.
Okay, yes, we will. Next is the Sea Turtle Lighting District or Zone.
No, wait, we're Florida bonneted bat.
Oh, those have not changed it at all. The bald eagle, bonneted bat, and red cockaded woodpecker. So those are the same conditions as you've had since.
My question on D is, before you obtain the vegetation removal permit, you're going to submit updated inspection reports for cavity trees to ensure protection of bonneted bat. Well, the inspection reports are only going to show where there's evidence of presence. Where does the protection come in? Is there going to be a management plan that will arise out of this if the inspection reports indicate there's activity? If I feel like this is incomplete as drafted.
Well, we'll have Kathy, I guess, discuss the value of that condition, and then I know the bonneted bat is very unique in terms of how it's treated.
We can certainly provide management plans for all the listed species.
Well, wait a minute. If we have,
If we have them, yes.
because
Right, I feel like that needle needs to be threaded all the way on that condition, because if you read it, it's just basically you're submitting the reports. But if the reports show presence, then what's your responsibility?
Yes, then we will provide
The
management
report
plans.
doesn't ensure protection of the bat, it's the management plan that ensures the
Correct.
protection.
We will supply reports if those, for all species that are found or likely to be there.
well, and before you leave, though, just for the record, there aren't any nearby colonies of red cockaded woodpeckers, are there?
No,
And bonneted bats haven't generally shown up in this area, have they?
correct.
So
Right, but the condition has to make sense.
I understand. I
That's
just
all.
want
Let's
you,
move on.
okay, thank you.
All right, so E is the sea turtle lighting. I believe this reverts back to staff's initial language, requiring all buildings within the sea turtle lighting district to comply with the window and lighting treatments of the LDC. And then going above and beyond that, for even those buildings outside the turtle lighting district, they will be compliant with the LDC for exterior lighting only. So that is clearly an enhancement over what would normally be required.
The only thing going on with sea turtles is compliance with the LDC.
We are going a step beyond what the LDC would require to take all the buildings with the MPD, even if they're not in the turtle lighting zone or district, and applying the turtle lighting requirements to those buildings that would not have to comply for exterior lighting purposes.
So would it be accurate to say that all buildings within the MPD must comply with the,
Exterior lighting requirements.
regardless of location in the district?
That could be another way of rephrasing that.
All right. And the reason why I asked that is because that first sentence doesn't need to be in the code, because that is the code, doesn't have to be a condition. It's only the second one that becomes relevant, and then I thought, well, how do we say that in a way that conveys that the entire MPD is going to comply with the regs regardless of the location of the building?
Yes, as I was saying that, I recall many HEX recommendations that come back where you've artfully reduced the number of words in these conditions for clarity. So yes, we will take a run at doing that before we
And
submit.
I don't like to say, include conditions that require compliance with the code, because I like to think that happens anyway. I trust that that happens anyway, and that's why I usually take those out.
Yes. Okay. F is protected species management plans. This is similar to the indigenous management plan condition we talked about in under 4, where staff is wanting us to go ahead and submit this management plan for the species within 180 days of zoning approval, and the requirements of that plan would align with your land development code.
And that would include the 4 species called out, 5 species called out in the earlier sections?
Yes. I would ask Kathy to clarify related to the if present clause we talked about. Would we provide the preserve management plan for bonded bat if not present? We would not. So
All right, so maybe the way you word that is to say, well, that would only apply to D, right? Because everything else, you have to do something. You already have.
we know they're there, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And then this, I'll just direct you on top of page 7, a human wildlife coexistence plan addressing at minimum wildlife crossings, educational signage, educational brochures, to include window treatments, geofencing for golf carts, and removal of beach furniture at dusk. So that does go certainly above and beyond the standard LDC language due to the context of the property. And you had specifically asked about those things.
Right, okay.
Redfish Pass, we've added more specificity into the condition just to clarify. You'd asked what's going to be planted within it and what is the width. So, and this specification was constructed, installed pursuant to DEP permits post Ian. It has since been severely damaged by other storms. So when you visit the site, where did my clicker go? When you visit the site, you won't see it installed exactly that way, but these are planting plans demonstrating the width, and that's a view of it. You're picking up, in addition to the shrubs and native grasses installed in the revetment, you're picking up also the enhanced golf course plantings and grasses on the golf course that are also in this area. And I think staff looked at those things together in conjunction, since this waterway is not only abutting the revetment,
Are the
but
stones in place right now?
Yes. I would say 60% of them are. We're in for final permit on the repair back all the way out to the jetty. So we've done it along the Pine Island Sound. And I would say most of the stones, about 60%, exist. It's where they all washed out, right? at the mouth of a Redfish Pass. That's where we're in right now for a modified DO approval to put this back.
Where we're talking about this Redfish Pass buffer, if I'm to look at this illustration, am I assuming this 2 feet is seaward of this crushed shell jogging path?
Correct.
That's the area? And in that area, there will be native grass and sea oats?
Yeah, and that picture actually represents, that was maybe 6 months, not even, after it was repaired after Ian. So that picture was post Ian, pre Helene and Milton.
And there
so-
was damage as a result of those storms?
Yes, extensive. Now, we had hardened the entire coastline, so we did sheet piles all the way from the jetty around Land's End. That maintained, and most of the rock maintained, but we had 3 to 5 ton boulders that rolled across the golf course. So we're going back with 10-ton boulders, and we're raising that seawall. That's at about 5.5 to 6 feet. We're raising it to an average of 12.5 feet to try to protect the overwash again.
And where is that gonna go? Can you bring up the master concept plan, show me where all that's gonna go? The revetment,
walk up there just to,
Sure.
might be.
what do you call that thing? Is that a revetment?
Revetment.
It's a revetment, yeah. So, right now, we currently, from the marina, we've already hardened this entire area that was waiting on an Army Corps permit from Ian, to check for sawtooth fish habitat. That got resolved, so all that work is actually, this is completed up to about this point. We're putting boulders here. Boulders exist all the way, like we did the sheet piling, all the way around out to here. Boulders are still in place to about right here. This is where they washed out. It's a mixed density. There's some that are still there. And then effectively what's happening is really from this low point all the way out to here, we're raising it.
To 12 feet.
Raising it 12 feet, but we're also raising the jogging path too. So it's not like it's.
Right,
gonna be
yeah,
jogging
I
path.
figured, yeah. So,
We're raising that entire thing, and then we're actually taking the wall around here, just to provide, some protection. 'Cause this is during Ian, there's 60-foot waves breaking right now.
so you're building the revetment up and using larger boulders in hopes that it protects the north end of the island
Yeah, we
better?
had coastal engineer engineer the first part, and we thought 3 to 5 ton would be enough. I mean, I'm not an engineer, that's what we came up with. And we decided to go back with 10-ton boulders, and, I mean, we have pictures of it. There's a guy in a flatbed truck standing up boulders taller than him. So we don't believe that's the size of the boulders that are out on the jetty. So we went 10-ton, and most of the way back.
In this picture, it looks like there's a gap between the jetty and the revetment. Were you explaining that it's going to extend now to the jetty?
It went all the way to the jetty before. We
And
ran
it-
right to the property line.
And it will again?
It will again.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And then there's sand that's already accreting back there, that's not part of our land. But, I mean, this is, when you look at all this is like almost 5,200 linear feet. And collectively, we spent $5.2 million before. We're spending about another $5 million to harden that entire shoreline.
And parallel to this revetment is the jogging path you
The
showed in
jogging
the,
path, what we're gonna do from this point out, we're actually gonna do, it will have a interlocked concrete anchored overwash to keep the, because that's what happens, the waves overwash and it pulls it back. And then it will have pressure on top of it. So we had to repair, we had to engineer that so we don't get the scouring effect that we had last.
so underneath are these interlocking pavers
That
on
are
top.
about 8.5, 10 foot wide, and they pin back.
And that's the stabilized base of what is then the crush that
It
serves
has
as the
pressure
path.
over it. And Hans is here too, so he engineered it, so, sorry, Hans, I'm playing engineer. I'm sure he can answer it too.
And we're hoping Mother Nature won't take that on as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think the height coupled with the interlocking, and like, look, the 10-ton boulders, the thing about it, when you go higher, you have to go wider. Because you can't just have a boulder teetering there. And then they pack the other boulders in to lock them in place. And it's, I mean, you can see, that's part of the reason why we had damage from Milton and Helene, is that we didn't, all the old boulders that have been out there for 30 years, they weren't engineered. They all got pulled down into the channel. And so we had no wave action breakup. It just was going pretty much straight across the pool deck and wash around these areas. Everything that we had raised, though, didn't get any water penetration during Ian. Or I'm sorry, during Milton and Helene. This road actually washed out to Land's End. I have a picture, I'll show it to you. And so not only did we harden it and pour concrete apron, we're doing the big 10-ton boulders here, just as a sensitive area to try to protect it.
Even though this picture doesn't show it, it's going to have that brown shaded
Right there.
thing continue down to the marina.
It does already, yeah. So we've already completed the work up to right about this point. And like, you know, that's not our building, but, you know, we just figured since we had to pull a permit anyway, we would go ahead and run the hardening all the way up, because it doesn't help our values of buildings or, you know, being undermined.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like that pulled up now?
I don't think we need it. Would you like to see this in relation to the MCP actually before we?
No, this
Okay.
is fine. Thank you.
That, all right, so then we're moving on to condition 7. This is related to consumption on premise and outdoor entertainment and events, which certainly you expressed interest in seeing formalized conditions on this. So this condition starts by indicating where consumption on premise is permitted, noting it's in conjunction with either restaurant, resort uses, or limited food and beverage services in the case of residential, and then customary hotel and resort uses in the case of the other tracts. The only tracts where we would not be seeking COP would be the maintenance tract by the water treatment plant or wastewater treatment plant, and the guest services building that's currently under construction by the water park. All other spaces, resort, hotel, or resort condominium, so we'd be seeking the allowance in those locations. We have limited hours of operation. We've separated the two concepts as is typically done in your zoning conditions, which is dealing first with just the consumption of alcohol within indoor areas. That would be limited to 2 a.m. daily, and the hours of operation for any outdoor seating areas where consumption on premise would occur would be limited to 11 p.m. Sunday through Thursday and 12 a.m. Thursday through Saturday. So a little additional time on the weekends, but during the week, any outdoor seating areas with alcohol would not be able to serve after 11. Moving on to the outdoor entertainment utilizing amplified speaker systems. So understood due to the interface with other uses outside the MPD, we have limited that to 10 p.m. 7 days a week. So the outdoor live music would cease at 10. And we would also need to comply with the noise ordinances. There's a Captiva-specific noise ordinance, and there's also the generalized Lee County ordinance, which we would need to comply with, but that would provide additional protection.
Does the Captiva ordinance apply within South Seas?
It does.
And is it stricter than the regular noise ordinance?
It is.
So that would really be the only one that would apply, correct?
Only for, it deals with duly permitted events.
It supplements the existing noise ordinance, from my understanding. So you still rely on some of the DBA and DBC values of the underlying zone, the underlying noise ordinance.
All right. And this is continued to be enforced by the sheriffs.
Yes. And again, this is an enhancement. The administrative interpretation doesn't limit outdoor entertainment or consumption or have any hour limitations. So it's strictly by the code at current time. So as part of this MPD request, this certainly enhances compatibility with uses within the resort that are not within the MPD.
Okay.
Accessory uses in buildings. This is important. This is the condition that cements that the general public cannot enter into the MPD and utilize the marina, go to the restaurants, utilize the water park, and all of the amenities within the MPD are not open to the public. That is the baseline for the reduction in intensity we walked you through at our last hearing date. So the wording of this is very important, that all accessory uses, this is specifically 8C, all accessory uses are limited to hotel guests and residents of the South Seas Island Resort as defined in the LDC. We are working with staff on a clarification on the crux of this is to further limit who can utilize the amenities within the MPD, to adding a reference that the access is subject to membership and potentially access fees, so that it's clear it's not any and all people that own property or are registered guests within the overall resort. If they're outside the MPD within the resort, there's still membership and access fees to access the amenities within this
Right,
MPD.
and you want to make sure that the membership is limited to residents or property owners within the resort, not people outside the resort that could purchase a membership.
You want that no one out.
And
yes.
you're introducing the public again, right? Whether they're living on Captiva, Sanibel, or in Fort Myers.
And
They
the other
can
thing we're trying
purchase
to
a
do is
membership.
we don't want anybody outside of the MPD to think because they're in the macro South Seas Resort, they have an entitlement in the absence of a membership to use the facilities. So the amenities aren't open to everybody who happens to own an existing unit. It's only open to those who have a membership.
I like your point, which is this is a check and balance of how to monitor and enforce the spirit of the condition, which is no monitoring who's accessing the amenities through the membership system.
Well, and that's the whole crux of your impact reduction argument,
It is.
is that the resort now is going to be insular and it's not going to be open to the public or residents outside. Once that membership is not clear and it allows for outside, then you've reintroduced all the traffic that you're saying that you're eliminating. So let's put a fine point on that.
Okay.
And that's really not so different from other communities, like, I mean, just the Legends, for instance. You can live there, but if you want to have golf privileges, you have to purchase a golf membership in order to do that, even though it's within the community and theoretically available to anybody in the community. You have to have a membership to actually use.
Correct.
It's exactly like that, yes.
Exactly.
Thanks for that.
Thank you. Yes.
That's a great example.
So then moving along, if you're comfortable, we've made no changes to the building and structure height limitations, references to the land development code in terms of height measurement throughout the resort. And it's not shown as underlined or noted for you, but we did clarify that recreational structures on amenity tracks can be up to the 45 feet because of the slide that is under development as part of the DO. But other than those types of structures, amenity buildings are limited to 35 feet in height.
Okay, so basically, A and B is just reiterating that the code is going to apply
Yes.
to heights of structures within the resort.
Yes, I think it's also trying to explain, which I see where you're going, that is just restating and redundant to code, but there are
No,
certain.
that's all right. I understand why you're putting it in here. This might be a limited exception where it's probably okay. But then let's talk about the exceptions. That's also code, right? Because code allows you not to count these structural and ornamental embellishments as part of the height, right? Isn't it the?
Right.
I think we
Yes.
have to look at where that's in the code to make sure that all that language applies to Captiva. I think there was a reason that was put in there and suggested it was because it may not be applicable to Captiva, but we'll confirm that.
Okay.
I think there's also some specificity in
Because
what.
if it's not applicable to Captiva, it becomes a deviation, not a condition.
To look at
That's why I
how
want to,
it's triggered.
let's get a point on that.
Okay. I would also note, one of the reasons for A and B is only certain structures within the MPD are allowed the 4-foot addition for resiliency. Not all structures, as we'll walk you through in detail, are within that coastal A zone that allows the additional 4 feet. So, because we straddle those lines, we thought that was a good addition.
Doesn't the ordinance only apply to coastal A?
It does.
So you're not looking to expand it outside the coastal A?
No. That is,
All right, and then as to C, we're going to verify whether these provisions apply on Captiva. And if they do, we could leave them here. If they don't, then that needs to be a deviation. Now we're talking about limiting the heights along Captiva Drive.
yes, and we agreed to this condition, I think, at the outset of the hearing process, where staff requested a lower building height along Captiva Drive, which is really our only exterior-facing property line. And so they asked for a maximum height of 35 feet, which would really be tract B for the most part,
And that's only within 25 feet of the road.
within 25 feet of the road.
If you're going to go higher within 25 feet of the road, you're not going to be 25 feet from the road.
If we're going to
You have
set back further, if we're 26 foot off the road, we can have a 45-foot tall building.
Right, okay.
And we noted that potentially it could be one building, 20 foot.
Tiered, yeah,
We
I
tier it.
remember that.
The wedding cake.
Madam Hearing Officer, while we're still in rhythm with that previous question, I have the answer here. And so the reason that language is included in there is because that's from a provision in section 34-2175, which says Captiva Island except South Seas Island Resort. So there's an exception for South Seas Island Resort. So and then it goes on to say that the height of a structure may not exceed 35 feet. The provisions of the section that allows increased height for setback does not apply. And it goes on to talk about the purely ornamental and structural appurtenance necessary for mechanical and structural function may not exceed this total area, which equals 20% of the roofed area. Since it's South Seas is exempt from that by virtue of the condition, we're putting it back in there. So it is now applicable to the MPD. So it's above and beyond the code from the way I read section 34-2175A2.
So 9C goes beyond the code.
Yes, because of the height. it provides a cap on purely ornamental structures where there's an absence currently on South Seas Island Resort.
So setting the cap is more than what the code would require.
Yes.
Code would not set a cap.
That's how I read that provision.
It's for elevator.
Yeah, and you guys are right at the more ornamental stage.
Height on amenity tracks.
Height on amenity tracks. So the buildings on amenity and resort recreation tracks are limited to 35 feet. That would be the water park, the beach houses we'll show you is below certainly below 35 feet in height. We just have an exclusion for certain recreational structures. The water slide is 45 feet tall, or slightly less than, but having that allowance for specific.
It's the umbrella cover at the top for
The shade on the top of the
the
slide.
lifeguard to sit there. That's what exceeds it.
But that would apply to standalone restaurant buildings and restaurant or restrooms and other accessory structures throughout. All right, hotel motel. We are not really proposing any change to what staff condition, which is a limitation on the square footage of 40,000 square foot. Locating those only on the hotel tracks A1 and I1. And then again, woven throughout, limiting use of those facilities to hotel guests and residents of South Seas Island Resort. We have slightly alternative wording we're working with staff on here. And
Each hotel can have 40,000 square feet of meeting space banquet hall.
It's collective.
no collective, so cumulatively 20,000 each or 40,000 in one, but not for the overall MPD, it's the 40,000 square foot.
Okay.
If you're comfortable with 40,000 for each, no,
No, it's not the amount, I'm just,
the way it's worded,
I'm silently correcting your grammar.
okay. And we just wanted reference to 8C and that the limitation that really is further limiting that it's membership driven with access fees. And then we maintain the maximum number of hotel rooms on the northern hotel tract to 260 rooms to limit intensity in the northern end.
The larger hotel will be near the entrance to the resort.
No, the subtract.
More than likely, yes. It will be near the entrance to the resort. But when you say larger, we mean by like 20, 30 hotel keys, it's not like
Is
one's
there a
100.
reason why you're setting a hotel room cap?
Staff, I believe staff wanted to limit the intensity in the northern reaches of the project. If you do the math, this would allow the majority of hotel rooms still in the north, but with a distinct cap.
Yeah, the original condition you had before you was 50%. And so this is a little, the north, this as refined allows slightly more than 50% of the hotel rooms to be located in the north, but it prevents a situation where they cluster most of the hotel units in the north by establishing a cap, that there has to be a distribution between them to prevent
What's the
intensity.
concern about allowing them to distribute the hotel rooms?
A convention center and smaller hotel on the south, and then most of the hotel units on the north. A situation where how you break up the building area of these structures that are depicted on the MCP in terms of how many hotel rooms are in each.
I also know that by having an intensity cap on the northern end, your hotel guests are Some will arrive by vehicle, valet, whatnot, but having a cap that will limit how many cars are entering to check in and go straight to the north, so.
Okay. Condition 11?
And condition 11, no changes there. It's just providing further protections that we cannot do additional walk-offs to split the rooms up and turn a 2-bedroom suite into 2 separate rooms for rentals
Without accounting.
without it counting against our 435. Okay, 12 is the multi-slip docking facilities and boat slips. There were pretty significant changes, and really, I should say, additions to this condition based upon your memorandum. Hans Wilson is certainly here to answer any questions. We limited the number of slips we can activate or construct on the site to 250. We have entitlement to 620. Those are an entitlement that can be transferred elsewhere, but in terms of what will be constructed on the site, this condition 12C caps that at 250. Then we added in condition D to deal with some of the environmental monitoring maintenance plan type commitments that your memorandum asked us to include. So, and this is again within 180 days of zoning. It's not tied to a development order in the future that modifies the marina, but something we have to preemptively do to demonstrate the marina's functioning and being monitored appropriately. So this requires a facility basin management plan, hazardous materials management plan, spill and contamination contingency plan related to the fueling available at the marina, emergency preparedness plan specific to the marina. We provided you a holistic one for the overall resort, but a marina-specific emergency plan would also be required as part of this condition. The educational signage and brochures to boaters, notifying them of manatee protection as well. And if you would like any testimony on the appropriateness of this, Hans is here.
We can proceed.
No changes to condition 13. That's as written since the initial staff report in February. We're just memorializing the existing wireless communication facility on the property, subject to the referenced approvals. 14, also no change to ongoing development tracking. With each development order, we have to tabulate the number of hotel rooms, boat slips, units, as well as the accessory resort amenities, the square footages of those going with the and have a tracking table on each DO plan set. Yeah, okay, good, sorry. Condition 15 is on page 1122. This correlates well to the COP and outdoor entertainment condition we already talked about, but this is specific to events within the property, which have been typical to South Seas over the years, being a resort. So it limits private events and resort-sponsored social events for resort guests and resort residents and guests only. Those qualify as duly permitted events, which that is language from the Captiva noise ordinance. It is explicit in stating parameters for duly permitted events, and so that's why we're defining it in this condition, because that's not defined in your code currently.
Where is this?
I'm on the bottom of page 11, under 15A.
And what definition do you provide here?
That duly permitted events are those private events and resort-sponsored social events available to resort residents and guests.
My issue with this condition is that I think it should be special events, because temporary uses has a very specific definition in the Land Development Code. You can only have it 4 times a year. there needs to be a separation between the events, and it sounds like this is not what this condition addresses.
There's a hierarchy of what we can do by right. There are temporary use permits for smaller events, and then there's a special event defined category in your code where it's like 1,000 people. It's like massive events. So we can work on calling this by right tier something else so it's not confusing with other defined tiers in the code.
I'm trying to envision what would be a temporary use on a destination resort that already authorizes consumption on premises, outdoor entertainment, all manner of things.
Weddings. I mean, there was a wedding tent before underneath the ADD that was out there probably for 3 or 4 years, right? It was after Hurricane Irma, and there's weddings that are in front of the Bayview Fishing Pier. There's a wedding pavilion out by.
I know what you're saying, that
That's
you're
a
saying
special
what
event.
would be it.
That's not a temporary, see,
A temp-
once you use temporary use, it has a definition in the land development code is what I'm trying to say, and it limits how many you can have a year, which I'm thinking you're not gonna want to do with weddings. Yeah, it's 4, and there has to be a 30-day separation between each one, unless they amended the.
No, it's still in there, and that was the concern when this first came up is we're a resort. We have those events. We have.
Do you want to specifically regulate special events? Is this something that's
We don't want to
necessary
be
to
subject to
do?
the 4 times a year. In other words, we
Well,
don't
we
want
can
to
only
have
do
just
4
4 weddings
weddings.
a year.
So then I go back to what would be a temporary use on a resort that already permits just about everything?
It would
right?
be-
Parties and.
D, do you want to jump in, Adam?
Well, I understand, I think I understand your question, and that says a temporary use is to allow a use that's not permitted in the underlying zoning district for a temporary time frame. We here have a robust schedule of uses, which we probably can tie a wedding to without, you don't need to pull a temporary use permit for a wedding in conjunction with this schedule of uses.
You
So-
already have a COP.
We do if they need to put like a tent up for inclement weather or whatever. This came from
We
staff,
just need a tent permit for that?
but then it ties back to temporary
We
use.
can work
and you
on
can
this,
only
this
have
may
it
be
Yeah,
more brain.
I don't want to
temporary time.
overregulate. Do you know what I'm saying? Because then what we do is we create conflicts.
No, I'm
Getting
with you.
calls from code enforcement and.
Work on it.
I think need
We
to
understand if there's like the triathlon event, 4th of July, like we know
Tarpon
that those
fishing
are,
event.
those are bigger, well, more than 1,000 people, those are
Is this-
bigger.
So there are going to be events open to the public on a temporary basis?
No, you have to be registered guests. You have to stay in our hotel. Like if we have a triathlon, we didn't have a hotel this year, so under the ADD, we let people go, but.
I think she's talking about the special events that historically have gone on, like the tarpon, those.
Tarpon tournament,
Those are still going to be.
you have to,
But they don't
You
need a
have-
temporary permit for that.
It's a
That's,
special event permit. It's more than 1,000 people.
well, I wish
Right?
it was.
Oh, okay. Maybe not as that
all
popular.
right. Well, we can move
Work
on.
on this? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
15 is a work on it. Okay. 16 on page 12 of 22 is the Track G, or Beach House Restaurant Enhanced Building Perimeter Planting Condition. We have dropped the deviation for elimination of the buffer along the property line of Track G and the adjacent single-family dwelling. So that has been dropped in the event that site is modified, redeveloped, reconstructed. It will need to come in compliance with the land development code, so that's no longer at play. We did hear your request to address compatibility, though, between the restaurant and the adjacent single family. So we presented this at our last hearing, a 5-foot wide planted area. This area would contain 12 trees, 76 shrubs, as well as ground cover along the south side of the the restaurant structure in order to provide some vegetation screening. And then above and beyond that, there will be an 8-foot tall sound attenuating wall along the outdoor seating area portion of the building. So that, and we can bring up imagery of that if we need to refresh that. But what Mark McLean, who's here, testified to is that wall will be a combination of masonry and then sound attenuating panels totaling 8 feet. And staff added language about the measurement of the height of that. The 8 foot would be from the highest elevated walking surface or seating area pertinent to the building. So that's going to, compared to ground level, that will result in an even taller feel if you're walking towards the beach or on that adjacent property.
And what about the lighting on this tract?
It's all turtle compliant. Turtle glazing as well, because it's
Facing the Gulf.
facing Gulf.
I'm making a note of that if there's further language that needs to be added. And again, any outdoor amplified music cuts off at 10 p.m. And consumption on premise Monday through Thursday would cease at 11 p.m. in outdoor areas. Lee County Sheriff's Substation. So there's a commitment to provide a minimum of 500 square foot finished shell space for use by the substation. So at one point we specified the address of where that space would be, and staff felt that was too specific, and the address was also outside the limits of the MPD on adjacent land they own on Captiva Drive. So we struck the address and just rely on, it must be provided on adjacent commonly owned property. And it's at no cost to the sheriff's office. In addition, they have and will continue to have a boat slip on tract F.
So there's 2 boat slips, one for fire and one for
EMS, yes.
police?
Yes. And the sheriff's is at the northern marina,
Correct.
and the fire slip is at the southern marina.
Correct.
So those were specified in 17 and 18. So the sheriff gets the boat slip and the finished shell space. In terms of fire, that's 18. So they, again, get the boat slip at this southern marina. And then condition B is relating to the conveyance of the impact fees for the purchase of a ladder truck to serve these buildings. We've maintained and demonstrated on the record that there are many other buildings in Captiva that are above the code allowable height that would trigger the need for a ladder truck. But since we are coming in and formally asking for that through the zoning, we agreed
Yeah,
to.
and I wanted, the staff wanted to add in a reference to section 2-395, and of course understand why they did. Problem is, we can't necessarily comply with it. We need to have a discussion. I would note that when they first recommended the condition, I indicated to their attorney that we would need to get impact fee credits for the contribution. So she had the fire department take a vote to see if they would agree to credits. They took a vote and they did.
Did they really have an option?
Pardon me?
Did they really even have an option? I mean, the law requires them to get
I didn't think
credit.
so, but you know, she wanted to. And what the code says is that when you're going to request credit, you have to get the approval of the fire department, which we have, but then you have to submit the description of what you're going to pay for and an invoice on how much it costs. Well, we don't have the invoice and we don't have the description. The fire department does. And so what I don't want to do is not be able to get credit because of that particular language.
Well, I was thinking of something simpler in this condition that basically said you couldn't build anything higher than what the fire chief testified they could fight without a ladder truck. And then you work out how and when they get the ladder truck based on your development scenario. And that takes all this out of the
What
condition.
if they basically,
So let me say this, and Joe's sitting here because their preference has been that we not have it in the zoning and that we deal with it at DO stage as to whether it's needed. And I think there's another project that Joe worked on where there was an
I'm fine
agreement.
with it being at the DO stage, but I would like a condition that says you can't go higher than what the fire department testified they could fight without a ladder truck. And then the timing and the arrangement of how you work out what follows is DO stuff. You wouldn't get a DO for a building over a certain height unless the fire department had the ladder
Well,
truck.
okay, I don't want to get persnickety, but there are other buildings that have 3 floors. And I know when you drive on the island, the McMansions are all significantly well over, 2 floors. So they have the issue now. He sort of reluctantly conceded that that might be the case. So, I mean, given what happened out there and given the number of buildings that have been or will be replaced and moving in at the current, base flood +1 and other elevations, he needs the truck regardless. We're just the ones in the process. So, but I understand what you're saying. So my point is, if he can serve those other buildings now, then technically I think he can serve us. But we are trying to work with them. We just can't make the contribution without credits.
I mean,
Well, that's not something I determine at the zoning stage. That's a matter of law, and there's lots of case law on it. I wouldn't be that concerned about it if they're putting up a fight. I mean, they don't have a legal ground to stand on if they're not gonna give you credits.
so hypothetically, they could choose not to buy a fire truck and we can never build a tall building. And I think that's what we're concerned about.
Can't have that.
So we're willing to pay the credits to help them get the truck, but we don't control the purchase of the truck. And there's been a lot of pressure from other folks to try to get the fire department to basically step into your shoes and make a zoning decision or a restriction on it. And we're very concerned about that, respectfully.
All right, I'm gonna put a note next to this.
Good, all right.
With the ordinance change, there are people who are gonna be building.
Okay, we're gonna take a 10-minute break.
Okay, thank you.
That's right. Glad that you let me know.
I had
Okay, back on the record.
Joe's supposed to be up there.
Oh, Joe's supposed to be up here.
I don't know where Joe is, but we have to wait for him.
Transportation?
We need Joe. Joe has something he wants to say, but I don't know where he went.
I can start on transportation in the meantime.
Who's the Joe in this?
Joe Adams.
Well, sure, let's keep it moving.
My apologies for my outfit. I'm not designed to be up here. Michael Jacob, County Attorney's Office. Unfortunately, listening to this over the screen here, I had to rush over to deal with this, and it's too many steps for my my liking. Listening to the discussion with regards to this fire truck and why we even included in the zoning in the first place is an issue for us. We recommend removing any condition with regards to payment of a fire truck, impact fee credits, or anything from the zoning. Furthermore, we would not be putting the county in any position to appear to delegate authority over the development of this property to this entity out there, especially considering all the situation we've dealt with so far. So our recommendation is to remove any condition with regards to this matter. They can deal with it at DO. If there's an issue with the fire station, they can deal with it then.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
19?
I'm going now.
19, transportation. So this was also an item from the HEX memorandum where needed to memorialize some of the statements made by Mr. Sean Farrell related to alternative modes of mobility, both internal to the resort as well as for employees getting to the resort. So A deals with the trolley service, committing to operating that 365 days a year from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., except when the resort is closed. So the trolley will run every day, all day, to provide mobility for folks within the resort. B is memorializing discussion on the employee shuttle program that Timbers has operated since owning the property when it was operational, committing to providing transportation from a minimum of 3 locations to the resort 365 days per year.
The activities can continue until midnight or 2 a.m. in some circumstances on the resort, but the trolley service is going to terminate at 10 p.m. under this condition.
Yes, but Mr. Farrell testified that when there are special events or people, request it, that they will provide service.
This isn't a special event. This is Monday through Sunday to 12 a.m. and
But we still have staff.
2 a.m. actually. 2 a.m. daily. That's not special events.
No, but I mean, if we have a hotel that has a bar in it,
I just pointed out,
To look at potential expansion of trolley hours. Noted. And did you have any questions or comments on the employee shuttle condition itself?
no.
No, okay. Item 20, or condition 20, is a new condition that staff provided to the applicant, and it deals with the golf course and managing fertilizers, pesticides, best practices to address some of the water quality items that were raised. And so this is a series of conditions addressing all those parameters and requiring a management plan for the course within 180 days of zoning approval. The course is constructed operational, so this would come in after the fact, and it's not a requirement of the ADD, but we reviewed all of the different requirements, which are, substantial, lengthy, if you will. And the golf course and Timbers does comply with all these currently, so we were happy to accept the condition.
Is the drought tolerance still in there?
Yes.
Yes, but the
it is.
plant materials are drought tolerant and pest resistant. We had, there's in addition to the water quality aspects of it, there is a requirement that the grass be pest resistant and drought tolerant, and the species of grass is in fact meeting both those parameters. And David Brown is here if you have any questions, as well as Carl Baracco.
Thank you.
Thank you. 21, similarly, those experts can provide additional testimony, but this is for water quality monitoring. We will likely propose a slight tweak because as you're given extensive testimony, there is no outfall. This is a closed system with no outfall. So this requirement states if that should ever change in the future, if we should ever, through a modification to our ERP development order modification, modify the stormwater management system to establish an outfall, which is not the case today, not any intent, we would have to come in with a water quality monitoring plan at that time. So we're in agreement with staff. The current system does not warrant that type of condition, but if it ever converts to the more typical stormwater management system you're used to seeing on inland developments, we would provide that typical water quality monitoring plan.
21 would apply if there was an alteration to the golf course surface water management system, if there was an outfall.
The entire surface water management system.
Yeah, I think Mr. Baracco should address
Yeah.
that briefly.
Yeah.
Good morning, for the record. The intent is if there is any positive outfall established any place within the zoning area, that the water quality monitoring report would be submitted with that. So in the event that for some reason we wanted to add a positive outfall to the golf course, then yes, there would also be a water quality monitoring with that.
Right now, all the runoff is directed into the lakes, and it's either seeps down into the ground or it evaporates into the air.
Correct.
And this condition would come into play if there was a change to that.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So that is new condition 21, which takes us into the deviations. We've eliminated deviation 1, which was for single point of ingress egress to the MPD, because there are multiple access points from Captiva Drive. There's the main access point that you'll enter when you visit the property, but there's also other access drives to provide access to service areas and such. So we have more than one ingress egress, and staff advise we do not need that deviation. And
Just 1 minute. These deviations represent the renumbered,
yes,
and they're tied to the new master concept plan.
yes. Because we eliminated the very first deviation, it required all of them to be renumbered.
All right. You were just clarifying what happened to old one.
Old one, yes. Thank you. So we made no modifications to deviations 1 or 2. Deviation 1 is for internal buffering, allows for the resort to function as a cohesive project without shrubs and different perimeter buffers impeding people's access between resort uses and hotel and multifamily tracts. Deviation 2 is related to the right-of-way buffer throughout the project, relying on the indigenous preservation that exists along certain lengths of the roadway and just the existing conditions that would preclude installation of the type D buffer. Certainly, this deviation is only applicable to segments of the roadway that abut the MPD or within the MPD. That was raised as an issue and by the opposition. The effect of that is for portions of the road outside the MPD, they're certainly able to install their own 15-foot buffer if they should want to come into compliance with code. If they should redevelop, they can seek deviation similarly, but this would only impact areas that we own just by way of law, and is memorializing existing conditions, so is not requesting to alter anything that exists today in a manner that would impact other property owners.
This maintains existing conditions.
Maintains existing conditions. Yes, thank you. Deviation 3 is also unchanged from what you saw. This is for locations where we interface with existing uses within South Seas Island Resort that are not within the MPD. So 3A is where our golf course surrounds Land's End, and this deviation would really enhance the interface with the project in Land's End by omitting buffering that would potentially block their very nice golf course views that they've enjoyed since construction of the resort. 3B is related to Tract I and the timeshare units. The MCP would probably be great at this point, thank you. It's the 2400 at the top.
Okay.
Thanks, sorry. All right, so that would be in this area where timeshare units interface with the pool resort area, allowing continued views and of that pool area that's existed since the resort was developed, and not impeding access to those via type C buffers, which can include walls and hedgerows and things that would not be consistent with the resort. Historic development patterns are what's desired moving forward. 3C is also the type C and F buffer around the L1, L2 tracks. There's
Wait, go back.
yeah. Are you doing that or am I doing that?
I know it's not giving you a perfect scroll, so
Okay.
let me know where you want to go.
Thank you.
CL1,
The L2, I believe, is on the other.
Yeah.
and what is slated for L1?
L1 is the guest service building that's under construction. Guest and member services.
What does that mean?
Greg, would you like to be more specific?
Yeah, it's a one-story building where people check in, or if they have a problem with their key card or their code. It's actually, it's closer to the road. If you want me to point to it. So we had an executive office there before where people used to check in. It got destroyed by Hurricane Ian. It's just building it back.
And where is L2?
It's the little tooth.
That has a building on it that's getting relocated, and that's going to turn into golf cart parking, overflow golf cart parking. There's quite a few units around it across the street.
So no buffers for track L1 and L2, and then a modified buffer for A1 and C.
Yes, so that's, now
Where's-
we're going back to the south end of the resort. So A1 is the hotel, and C is the future hotel site, I should say, and C is the water park.
And what are you proposing there?
For the water park, this is under construction. We have approved development order plans, landscape plans for this area. What is proposed here is a 6-foot wide buffer containing trees and hedge, as well as some decorative fencing along that property line. The shrubs to be maintained at 8 feet in height.
This says 5 feet.
I think installed at,
Shrubs must be specified at 5 feet in height, installed 4 feet on center.
I think we
And
can
then-
reword that. I think 5 feet at installation and then maintained at 8 feet. So we can,
Yeah, because that sentence doesn't make sense the way it's written. Specified at 5 feet in height, installed 4 feet on center. Oh, and maintained at 8 feet. Okay.
it's definitely clunky and we can reword that easily.
And then a decorative fence on the exterior side. Wait. Plantings on the
That-
exterior.
Yeah, that needs to be reworded as well, the
And
location.
this is the water park.
This is the water park, yes. We have Christian and Andrea walked through an illustrative version of this. We can pull that up before we start rebuttal and show that to you, or I can do that potentially now.
My concern with the water park, obviously, is the interface with the condominium buildings that are off-site from the MPD.
Right.
And what I understand this is saying is that where Track C abuts resort property within the MPD, there will be no buffer at all. And the buffer will apply solely to that little green strip connecting L1 to A1. This buffer will go right there.
Correct.
Okay, so my other concern is about noise and activity from this use impacting those residents beyond a certain hour of the day or night, right? So I know that there's probably going to be food and beverage service out there, whether it's from a little hut or kiosk or from the hotel. My main concern is that there would be outdoor entertainment at this water park or amplified sound at this water park that would have an impact on those residents, you know, after a certain
Yeah,
time.
how about, can we inquire of Mr. Spencer as to whether or not there will be hours, and will that help you?
Anything would be helpful.
The entertainment, the amplified music ceases at 10 p.m. per condition 9,
Right.
but general hours.
Do you have the plan? I think it'd be important. Do you have the actual?
I have it, yes. It'll take me a minute to pull up.
It might be worth, if you don't mind, Madam Hearing Examiner, just to explain it, because the pool's not lit, it doesn't operate after a certain time, we have gates that close down. There is an F&B outlet, but the F&B outlet is closer to the road. It's almost 1,000 feet away.
What's the F&B outlet?
Food and beverage, it's called Flippers. And there's an enclosed arcade, there's an enclosed kids camp, kids club, like if you're doing kids movie nights or something of that nature.
I'm concerned about outdoor entertainment set up anywhere around that condominium cluster.
Do you?
I have that water park,
You do?
yeah, let me just, sorry.
And that there be adequate protection, whether it's through hours of operation or placement of the activity. I
Understand,
don't want you setting up camp right there.
Yes,
You know
ma'am.
what I'm saying?
understand.
Sorry, let me just get this pulled up.
So we're switching over to staff's PowerPoint at this juncture to get a clearer picture of the layout of Track C.
Good enough?
This is fine. Again, for the record, Greg Spencer. So, Madam Hearing Examiner, this is the actual tennis villas back here. And effectively, they're gates. So at night, we close the water park off. So this is not lit for night operations. It will not operate, similar to the pool at the north end. That closes every night as well. So we have gates that close it off. The only thing that will be operating at night is this is the kids club. That's entirely enclosed. Here's the arcade, which is entirely enclosed. There's outdoor dining here and there's outdoor dining here. This is covered, this is not, but it's really just this area. And the existing condition before Hurricane Ian destroyed everything, Tennisville is not here, it's right off to the side, but they had a restaurant that was about 25 feet away from Tennisville as prior, called Doc Ford's. So this is a substantial improvement. We cited it there on purpose to try to get it separated as much as possible. And we even put the slide structure, we even put that out of their view line and tucked it over into this corner. So their condition is looking over a resort pool, which they have their own pool that some of their units look over, and then the lazy river. The only thing, there is a 6-foot buffer, it's heavily planted, and then there'll be chase lounges with just shades right along this edge. So there's nothing directly adjacent to it, and then again at the evening, there's gates that close off just because it's the Florida code. If you were to have night swimming, the footlight, it looks like Topgolf. So we don't want that resort condition. So basically these close at night. There's no night swimming, night lazy river, or night slides.
What's the black markings in the lower right corner of the yellow? Is that a building? What is that there?
Where is that, right here?
Yeah.
That's parking. That's cart parking. And I'll talk about it, but there's actually a trolley stop right here. Like all the new amenities that we're building, there's trolley stops directly adjacent to all of them. So the cart parking is access through this parking lot. There'll be a control gate. That's just for the carts. There's a trolley stop right there to try to minimize the distance for elderly folks. And then there's plantings. We can show you Chris Andrea's plan. There's plantings all along the road here too.
Does that help?
Yes. I'm more concerned with the effects of potential amplified sound poolside. If there's to be like entertainment set up out there, that it would be directed away from the condos. I don't know how you would accomplish that exactly.
Or speaker placement?
Well, again, nothing's amplified here at night because no one's there. The only place would be right here. There's a pretty large ficus tree right here. There's other plantings throughout, but that's reasonable to say, hey, and honestly, there's just tables here. There's no stage or anything set up for any performance. So the only thing would just be the background music for dining.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So based on Greg's testimony, we can work with staff on some modified conditions of approval for that deviation. Okay, so then if we can go back to the MCP, we kind of skipped over the hotel component of this deviation. 3C condition 1 addresses tract A1, which is the southern hotel, and that will have a 10-foot wide buffer along the entirety of that tract line with 5 trees per 100 linear feet, a hedgerow planted to the same specifications as the water park for consistency. So again, we will work on correcting and that language, but the hedgerow will be installed at 5 feet, maintained at 8 feet, and we'll have a decorative fence in that area as well. And so that, really the key difference is the width.
Don't have to worry too hard about massaging that. I can fix that.
Okay. Next is deviation 4A about the natural waterway buffer. So that applies really to the Gulf front areas with B, and then predominantly actually the northern areas where the beach house, the golf course, and the future northern condominium will abut the Gulf of Mexico. We have submitted a detailed planting plan for dune restoration plantings in that area.
And this was in connection with the development order or something?
Yes. So, and rather than reference the development order where the landscape, that is tied to the landscape plan, the approved landscape plans, staff asked that we just quantify the width and quantity of plantings in the zoning condition to avoid referencing the DO. We can certainly do it either way, and we could also have the DO landscape plan be an exhibit attached to the zoning.
I want to make sure I understand what's going on here. This applies at the north end,
This applies at the north end, yes.
and the code requires 50 feet. But through the development order process, you obtained a deviation that allows your current approved dune restoration plan?
You want to talk about the south
North.
buffer?
This,
It's applicable here too.
I think we would need to reword it to make it applicable. But for the north, so we had a lot of consternation as to whether this natural waterway buffer applied to the MPD because we do not abut the Gulf of Mexico specifically. There is that very wide beach area outside of the limits of our property, which is really what is abutting the natural waterway. We understand, though, there is interface there, and so we applied the DO planting plan to the condition where
Does the 15-foot wide planting area include the dunes or not?
yes,
So within 15 feet, you're having a dune and you're planting these items on the dune?
I'm going to look to the team who has expertise in the development order or I see Carl and Hans have been involved in that aspect of the project warrant. Or we can come back, after lunch and address it in more detail. But I'll need someone to supplement this. Yes.
Again, for the record, Greg Spencer. There's a couple of different things at play. There's actually the beach restoration that CEPD is undertaking. Bob Walter is actually on the CEPD board. He can speak to that because there's a control point at which we don't manage this. This is under the control of CEPD. What we agreed to do is to help do supplemental planting in their portion on the dunes. In addition to that, and I have it in my slide in my presentation, we have put a 1,000-foot linear dune here landward of the historic jogging path that's been out there, and we have planted that ourselves. So there's two different things. I agree with Ms. Crespo that we don't have land that directly touches the Gulf of Mexico. And so that's always been the issue, is whether we are compliant with it. So we agreed to augment additional planting in this area. And then on our own initiative, we've planted almost, I think it's 1,100 linear feet buffer right here, up to 10-foot planted with railroad vines and sea oats. And I have a picture of that.
Is this on top of dunes, or do the dunes lie outside this area?
The dunes lie outside the area right here. We planted on our property, kind of forward of the 91 CCL line. We've planted our own plantings. And then the golf course, obviously, this was all in conjunction with the golf course when we built the golf course.
I just want to put a finer point on where this is going. Deviation 4A1 is landward of the dune system. Is that an accurate description of where this will be installed?
Yeah, Brett Moore has, we have development order plans. We can provide those. We can try to find them at lunch and come back to it if you'd like. It shows exactly where they go.
And these plantings are wholly on your own property?
They're on our property that is, in this section, it's on our property that's administered by CEPD. On this, it's on our property, we already planted it, in addition to the DO. I think it might be worth showing the actual exhibit from the DO.
All right, so no portion of this is being planted on land outside the parameters of the MPD. Is that accurate?
I was trying
I
to
don't
get the
believe so.
exhibit for you here.
If I could speak on this, Madam Hearing Examiner, Beth Workman for the record. So what we're trying to do here is we have previously approved drawings and development orders. We're trying to carry over those conditions into this MPD, just like we do on every other rezoning case, to codify everything in one document. So what we've done is we wrote a condition based on what was approved in that development order. Originally, this didn't even have specifications in the condition. It cited the DO. And staff was like, no, we don't want to cite a development order. We want to pull the conditions forward so that when a development order reviewer is reviewing this, they know that the buffer needs to be X amount of feet wide and contain the following vegetation. So we took what was approved in the development order and rolled it into this condition. It applies to Migratory Bird Treaty Act conditions that were approved in a DEP permit and were rolled over into a development order so that staff, county staff, had code enforcement rights on that area. So our code says that when you abut a natural waterway buffer, you need to have a 50-foot wide area and it must be planted with trees and shrubs. Well, of course, you don't want to plant trees and shrubs in here because it's a dune. So we granted the deviation to roll in the DEP requirements for that area. And so that is what that condition is doing. Now, I was listening to the hearing at my desk and we kept saying north side, north side. The north side has a revetment. It is not natural. We declared that.
No, I'm not talking about that.
Okay, so the Gulf side is what you're talking
I'm
about.
talking about the Gulf side.
So that right there is what is required for the planting. Now, whether we need to, beef that up a little bit on what needs to happen, but we were.
I'm seeking clarity. Are these plantings happening on the dunes or off the dunes?
On the dunes.
On the dunes.
Okay, so.
They're not in the golf
happening
course, they're on the dunes.
Landward of the dunes, but on the landward slope of the dune?
Correct. It's part of the sea oats, because sea oats are included in this,
But
so.
the dunes aren't on their property. The dunes are off their property. Is that correct?
It's a mix. It's a mix, Madam Hearing Examiner, because some of this it's on our property, but it's managed by the CEPD, right? There's a line of control that CEPD has. So to my understanding, and again, Bob is on the board, CEPD is going to put the sand back in a lot of these locations. They will plant what they control. We will plant what we have to supplementally plant per our DEP permit. That's my understanding of it.
And the restoration that happened in there as part of that development order plan had plantings in there that county staff recognized and was equal to what DEP was requiring.
What does the yellow represent in this illustration?
That's the parameters of the dune.
But the planting areas are depicted only in green. Is that correct?
That's the existing
That's
vegetation is in green.
If you can go back to, I don't know who has control, but there's so here's the different zones, and there should be a key up at the very top, I believe, that on one of these pages that talks about what the plantings are.
I don't want to belabor it. I just want to understand it. That's all.
Understand. Yeah, it's complex because we have property lines, but then we have control lines for CEPD. But we basically, early on, said, hey, we don't have a problem supplementing the plantings all on the dunes in these areas. Unfortunately, it got destroyed by Hurricane Milton and Helene, so CEPD, I believe, is starting in July, their renourishment, and then we will come back and plant these per our DOs and our DEP requirements.
whether this is a continuous planting or it's clusters of plantings, this is all covered by the development order?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm ready to move on.
All right. So we will work with staff, I think, to address the natural waterway on the southern tract B to have a similar planting, because that's not addressed in I.
That was omitted, and you're going to include that
Yes.
reference.
Yes. Then condition 2, attached to deviation 4A, is a new condition that staff included, requiring development within the MPD west of South Seas Plantation Road. So the Gulf side of Plantation Road must shield all vehicle use areas with native salt-tolerant landscaping or solid opaque wall to prevent headlight shine on the beach. And so we're in agreement with that additional condition. 4B is natural waterway buffer as well. That's for tracks E and K. K is the maintenance facility tract, and then E is a future multifamily residential tract, and the deviation just allows the existing mangrove fringe to serve as the natural waterway buffer in those locations. For applicable portions, there are portions of tract E that are not natural waterway conditions and are riprap and altered. Condition 5A, this has been reworked and your staff has proposed, actually for 5B, proposed additional conditions related to parking. We kind of spoke about that at length, and your memo certainly asked how we were handling parking. So as a baseline for this, we are more than doubling the parking requirement for the project when comparing the MPD requirements to the ADD. We are fully parking our principal uses per the land development code, the hotel and multifamily, whereas the ADD allowed very significant reduction in parking. Again, you know, it's a 100% increase from when you look at the principal use requirements under the ADD to today. That being said, we are proposing, you know, additional hotel units and redevelopment of some of the amenity and resort uses. So staff wanted some additional conditions in place to address parking in the future. We've always had the condition that parking, the off-street parking for the principal use must occur either on the principal tract in which the use exists or within 500 feet of that principal tract, which is you know, a very short walking distance for the required parking for the principal use. So we've had that in place to ensure a short walk if you're parking to go to your condo or to go to your hotel room. If there is off-site parking, let's say if some of the parking for the multifamily condo on tract H is proposed we would need to show that location as part of the development order plan in order to, so staff is very clear, if you're not fully meeting your parking requirement on the tract on your DO plan, we know exactly where it is so we can measure this 500-foot rule.
And what about for the spa and the restaurants that
Yes.
freestanding?
Yes, we heard loud and clear you wanted us to address that better, and your staff worked diligently at a proposed ancillary parking requirement, acknowledging that we do not solely have hotel uses, we have residential uses, so we're not fully under that hotel parking exclusion of the code and should look at supplemental parking. So that's what 5B does. It is somewhat complex. Staff did author it, so I don't want to steal their thunder, but we are in agreement with it, and it requires supplemental parking for a proportion of the principal uses on the northern and the southern track. So we, in addition to principal parking, we're taking 10% of that requirement and placing that additional parking in the north or southern ends of the site. We are also allowed a very specific amount of golf cart to standard vehicle parking. As I'm reading it, it changed like 2 times this morning, so I hope I'm not fumbling through it. And Adam, if you want to interject.
I think it'd be best for staff to go over this during their PowerPoint presentation with the slides, but thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's changed a lot. Okay. Can we go back to my PowerPoint presentation? So then we're to deviation 6, which requires lake bank slopes at a 6-to-1 ratio to allow a minimum ratio of 4-to-1 for existing lakes only. So we are requesting a modified condition of approval. We believe we're in agreement with staff, but may need to work this out before we close the record. Our proposed condition is that lake bank slopes and littoral plant requirements shall be maintained as currently approved by Lee County and/or the South Florida Water Management District. All future lake bank slopes shall be designed to maintain consistent with lake slope criteria in place at the time of approval/construction. So if we modify the lakes, we must come into compliance. And Carl's here to discuss that.
Right now, there's no lake bank slope vegetation planted.
I'll ask Carl to address this. Thank you.
Good morning, Manny Regenerator, Carl Baraka for the record. There are littoral plants, particularly in the new lakes that were just constructed. We're simply just asking that the lake slopes and the plantings be maintained consistent with all approvals that are current, and anything future would be consistent with whatever's in place and required at that time.
Are your new lakes code compliant right now?
Yes. They're compliant, and they received a certificate of compliance, a certification from the county a few months ago, so they're very recent.
What about the lakes you're enlarging, though?
Those are the ones I'm talking about. They're completed. They're 6-to-1. They have littorals. At my last rebuttal, I showed a photograph of one of those lakes and the littoral plants.
Thank you. So am I understanding this right? You are still working on this language with staff?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner.
I'm ready for 7.
See Beth's face, so, okay. 7, we're getting now into deviations that have not been altered since previous testimony, so there's no detailed additions, but we can, I think, for the record, run through those for clarity. Deviations, unless you don't need that level.
Signs, right, I don't need to hear about that. Dumpster enclosures, that's not changing.
Nope.
Okay, why don't you go over deviation 10 with me?
10, all right. And we'll need the MCP back for that. So the 10A deals with tracks C and K, so we can see K there. I don't know that we're too concerned about K being just the historical maintenance building, and then track C is the water park. The LDC requires a 15-foot setback for structures from the PD perimeter. We asked for no accessory setback. However, staff has proposed a condition of approval that we're in agreement with. On track C, we must have a minimum 6-foot setback from that PD line. That would allow for the landscape buffer we addressed in 3C. And to be clear, the only structure that can be that close to that property line are cabana structures associated with the pool. All buildings.
Is the deviation limited to cabana structures?
Yes, limited to 12-foot tall water park cabana shade structures only. Any restroom building, food and beverage building will be far exceeding the requirements of the LDC.
Okay. And 10B is track K?
Yes, and that is for the wireless communication facility that exists.
All right, deviation 11.
This is signage on the beach house structure. So we have some roof, I have images that we presented on February 14th, which was a long time ago, that we can certainly pull back up for you, but just the specific signage design for that building includes some roof signage, a wall mural.
Was that already approved as part of the development order? Or these signs aren't in place yet pending this deviation?
I did not, I was not intimately involved in the development order, so I would defer to either Mark McLean or Carl Baracco.
Staff recommended approval?
Staff recommended
Okay,
approval.
you can move on.
Deviation 12 is also related to signs on the beach house. Deviation 13 is the water park, and that's to allow a similar mural on the side of the water park building. Deviation 14 is the roadway deviation to allow for existing conditions. This was spoken to at length. I think we've definitely put on the record that the traffic generated by the MPD will be less than the traffic generated by the ADD due to the commercial allowances currently in place in the ADD. That being said, we do have additional conditions to address safety. Those roadways are marked at 19-mile-per-hour maximum speed limit. The deviation requires additional pavement markings for bike lanes, signage to be installed within 180 days or submitted on DO plans within 180 days at the rezoning. It also requires the project engineer to submit an engineering report relating to the proposed improvements.
Are the standards reflected in deviation exhibit I reflected in sub 1 and 2?
I don't
Or
believe,
am I
I
going-
believe deviation I is the cross-section of the road, which is not gonna show the pavement markings and the details of the improvements. I think deviation I is the cross-section memorializing the existing conditions of the road, but I, 1 and 2 would be the improvements further made.
The deviation then must reference another document that has to be attached to the resolution then. Is that correct? Yes, okay. Make a note of that.
And just 2 more deviations left. Deviation 15 is to allow the crushed shell as an alternative to mulch, which is an existing condition throughout Captiva. We do have a requirement for salt-tolerant native landscaping attached to that. And then, sorry, lastly, deviation 16 is to allow a 0-foot setback for existing lakes. This is
Where is this apply?
If you can go to sheet 1, it would be, or Land's End generally. This looks like yes, the hatching is where the lakes are present, and you can see that they abut the dashed line depicting the MPD boundary around Land's End.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes the conditions and deviations. We have a rebuttal presentation that relies on some of those conditions from Hans, Mark, and then myself. I'm not sure the timing. I think I think we could easily accommodate Hans and Mark. I would think prior to lunch. Yeah. Okay. So, Hans, do you want to kick us off?
Good morning. For the record, I'm Hans Wilson, representing the marine-related aspects of the site resort. The question came up regarding slip counts. We have entitlements for 136 slips verified with permitting. We have a current design for 63 additional slips in the interior waterways, basically south of the main marina and around Recreation Island. The question came up of we're asking for 250. Where are you going to put them out of the 620 that we're entitled to via the county's manatee protection plan? So Alexis asked me to kind of craft a plan that might reflect what that would be. So I put together a graphic that you see on the screen here, and I have some hard copies I can give you, that reflects site conditions that we normally would plan for. So we looked at things like where would the navigation channel go relative to the channel markers that are there. What are my limitations regarding the regulatory agencies? I'm allowed 20% of the width of the water body, which technically takes me over to Pine Island Sound, or not more than 500 feet from the mean high water line. So there's a line that I've shown how far out we could go, but I have a channel that conflicts with that. So I put together a design that was reflective of the current operation of the main marina, which are larger boats, more high-end boats. And so the slip distribution that you see here on docks A, B, and C are vessels in the 50-foot range. On the outside, the T references a temporary mooring because it's an exposed location. But those would be larger boats up to 80 foot. And then, of course, dock D, E, and F is all 80-foot slips. And those are large boat slips. And that's sort of reflective of the clientele that would come to the site. We totaled out at potentially 76 additional slips. However, this is sort of reflective of what the current market is. If the applicant wanted to, say, design for a boat club, well, an 80-foot slip would be two 40-foot vessels, smaller vessels. So if we went to smaller vessels for this location, we could almost double the slip count if it was appropriate for the market and the demand for those spaces. And so this is just to give you an idea of when the question came up of where would you put them, this is the area that I'd mentioned previously where we would put them. And so I thought by visualizing an actual layout, it would give you a sense of where we have those rights for an expansion subject to state and federal permitting.
Where is this, at the south end?
This is at the north end. This is, if you look at the right-hand side where it says proposed marked entrance channel, that's the entrance channel into the main marina.
So the main marina kind of comes internal to the island, right?
The main marina comes down and comes into this area right here.
And there's a bunch of slips there.
Yes.
So these additional slips would be built into the sound.
Yes.
Thank you.
Did you want any hard copies? This is a copy that gives you the overall of how we ended up. copy that zooms in on the block plan.
This is applicant exhibit 32 and 33,
Beginning of, oh, okay.
doc plan 1, doc plan 2.
Anthony's got a 120-foot boat. Where can he park that? He's making it all for this project. Thanks.
So the second document shows more detail.
Good morning. Madam Hearing Examiner, my name is Mark McLean, MHK Architecture, a National Director at our Naples studio. When I presented last week, there was a question that came up when we were comparing building heights. Was I presenting the worst case scenario? So we went back and modified a few of these additional comparisons so we can show you the comparisons throughout the entirety of the island, not just the one location at the South Hotel. So the slide we presented here shows the north end of the island, and it shows the graphical representation of colors, the various colors of the various zoning districts or various FEMA elevation districts. As we know, we have the purple area on the right that's illustrated by the black flag line. That dictates or shows the coastal A zones that we contend with. The blue areas in the center are the AE zones. The red areas around the perimeter would be velocity zones if we were building in these areas. The red dash line that runs down the center of the page, that's the coastal construction control line. So in the comparisons that I'm going to make with you or for you this afternoon or this morning is this was the location of the 1800 hotel, these two stars here. They were the 1700 and 1800 hotels. Those were hotels that were pre-existing prior to Hurricane Irma, or Hurricane Ian. So I have slides in here comparing those hotels to our new scenario. So when I make those comparisons, I'm going to compare this hotel to the nearest building adjacent to it so that we can show some exact comparisons. The one point that I want to point out here on this slide is when I make a comparison of this condominium, it's going to be adjacent to the corner of this building. So we're trying to catch our views down our new golf course and out into the ocean, but the comparison is just off the corner of two angled buildings to kind of show the separation of the buildings. But we tried to set this up so we can show you comparisons in every scenario. So when we come to the south portion of the island, these are the tennis villas here. So when our hotel comes up and it Z-shapes around these tennis villas, I showed a comparison to this villa to our hotel on that south end so that I'm giving you distance separations and height separations so we can make some more direct comparisons than what I had the previous time here. So previously when I was here, I showed the left image and the right image. Those two images were comparing our south hotel to the existing tennis villas. What we've added here for you to help simplify this is an issue that if this tennis villa was damaged and they determined that they wanted to rebuild, they would have to rebuild to that design flood elevation that we've been working from for all of our presentation. The one thing I've done throughout this, and it's a lot clearer in the slides that we submitted to you in the presentation you have, this bottom line that is 0, 0 is a much bolder line. It shows up all the way across the bottom. So we're showing our heights always measured from 0, 0 because as I explained last week, the grade can change, or if we're closer to the ocean, obviously our grade is lower. If we're in the center of the island, our grade can be higher. What the design flood elevation is, we may build up to that elevation. So in the case of the South Hotel here, the existing grade at the tennis villas is around 4, but where our hotel is, we're closer to 6. So that 2 feet delta to bring us up to design flood elevation, we'll just build up to there. We wouldn't create a void or a crawl space in that minimal 2 foot area. So that's why we're building up to this height. But that's where our building height come from. So in my initial presentation a month ago, when we discussed that 45 feet was always 45 feet, the 45 feet is measured from a LDC dictated elevation, whether it's design flood elevation, or it's the coastal A Limois elevation, or if it's the freeboard, or if it's the coastal construction control line. So from here, what I'll do is with each one of these slides, I'll compare our new product on the left to the existing product on the right. Then I'll compare our new product on the left to the central product, and then I have a slide illustrating the separation. So as we move forward to the next slide, this was a slide I presented to you 2 weeks ago, or a week ago, that shows our maximum building height is 45 feet as measured from design flood elevation. When we measure this building from 0, the NAVD elevation, to the peak of our roof, we have a measurement of 56.8 feet. The existing tennis villas, when measured from 0, are 48.7 feet. And as we discussed, the delta between the two buildings can vary a little bit because there's 4 tennis villas and then our new hotel. So we said before it was 10 feet or less. To this particular villa, our delta is exactly 8 foot 1.5 inches.
Okay, slow down.
I'm sorry.
10 feet or less to this.
The delta between the two building heights would be 10 feet or less. In this particular building that's closest to our new hotel, that difference is exactly 8 foot 1.5, as the current grade exists out there at 3.7 feet on the current ground floor of that tennis villa. When we build our new building and we bring it up to the 8 design flood elevation, we pick up 4 feet 3 in the difference between their building and our building. Then again, the LDC allows us to measure to the midpoint of the roof for that resiliency issue that we'd spoke about to protect the air conditioning equipment on the roof. So ultimately, our buildings are only going to be 8 foot 1.5 taller when we build the hotel adjacent to the tennis villas, but the entirety of that 8 foot 1.5 is made up by resiliencies to comply with the current codes. If we go forward a slide, what this slide illustrates is if the tennis villas were going to be rebuilt, if they got damaged in a storm and were going to be rebuilt, and they rebuilt to that 8 foot ground elevation, the difference between the two buildings would only be 4 feet 6. And that's if they rebuilt the exact same building to the current code. They would have the right to extend their roof line and measure to a midpoint and create a well and do resiliency on their building. But for the comparison, I wanted to compare the existing building and if they rebuilt the exact same existing building, because I didn't want to speculate on what could possibly be built by someone else. So then when we come to the final slide of this series for the South Hotel, those two buildings as measured from the closest port between the two is 57 feet 2 inches between the two. That would be from the eave to the eave. The building, again, we talked about that on a beach house. That's to the eave of the building. The walls of the building can be set back a little further than that. So in this case, when we're at 57 feet 2 inches, we're talking about a difference in height that's less than 10 feet. Once we landscape this space in between it, you can see that the two buildings are extremely compatible to one another. So with that, I'd like to move on to slide SK7, which is the proposed North Hotel. The previous slides was a South Hotel. On the North Hotel, as I started my presentation, I pointed out the purple area that was delineated by the Limois line, and that designates this building as a coastal A. So when we're in the coastal A, going back to my original presentation, our building height of 45 feet is measured from a different elevation. So now we're going to compare that to the South Seas Club. As I showed when I started, the South Seas Club is across a parking lot and a roadway over to their building. So the adjacency is much further away, but that's the closest building to where our new hotel is going to go. So the difference between these two buildings is actually 22 feet 9 inches from here to here. So we are 22 feet 9 inches taller. If the South Seas Club got damaged and was to be rebuilt, it would be subject to the coastal construction control line, and it would measure its new height, again, rebuilding the exact same structure on top of a compliant foundation. Then our difference in height would only be 12 and a half feet between the two buildings. So as I move forward into the slides, again, this is our new hotel that is subject to the limois compared to the existing current non-conforming South Seas building, and again, or I'm sorry, South Seas timeshare. So the difference here is 22 feet. If this building got damaged and needed to be rebuilt, then the difference would come down to 12 and a half feet, building the exact same building on a new compliant foundation between the two. So as I go to the final slide here, showing that difference, these buildings are 155 feet apart from one another. So our new hotel is here. There'll be a parking lot in front of the hotel, a roadway that currently exists that passes between the two buildings, and then there's a setback from that roadway to this building. So we're 155 feet apart from one another, again, showing that the 3-story hotel is still compatible with the timeshare units that are out there. The next slide I'm showing here is not so much for a height comparison, but this slide was added to our presentation for the purposes of illustrating that the 1700 hotel that was a previously non-compliant hotel that was not subject to the limois line was completely destroyed by Hurricane Ian. And this is just a simple comparison to let everybody, or remind everybody, that we've always had a 3-story hotel at South Seas. The 1700 and 1800 hotels were destroyed 3-story hotels. With that, we'll move to the north end condominiums that we are presenting. Your question for me in the last hearing was, what's our greatest distance or greatest height between two buildings? This is what will be the greatest height difference. But what I want to point out here is that the existing South Seas building is in a CCCL control zone and not built to that code. So it's at a much lower elevation, to where if we're subject to this coastal construction control line, we don't even start our measurement until we're up here at 21 feet. And that's where our 45 feet comes from. So the difference between these two buildings at 28.3, you'll see gets mitigated when we get a little closer to the layout and start comparing the two. So again, the existing South Seas Club that is a timeshare isn't built to any current flood zone, so it's completely non-conforming, and the CCCL standard is what's going to push us up for our greater building height here that creates this separation. If they were to exactly rebuild the timeshare on a new coastal construction compliant foundation, then the difference between the two buildings would come down to 18 feet. But that goes back to my original slide when I'm comparing these two buildings and I show them 50 feet apart from one another. Our building is on the north end of the island facing the golf course, and this is existing building in the central portion. So that 50 feet is just the corner of their building adjacent to the corner of our building. We are working very hard to strategically locate these buildings so that we don't overlap the existing Ocean Club, or has a minimum overlap with the club in the existing condos that are there. The last comparison that I'd like to bring up are the south end condos. The south end condos are to the west when you come through the main gate at the south end. These condos are subject to the coastal construction control line. Again, the same 45-foot measurement that we have there. Catch up to my presentation here. These show a height difference that is only 22 feet 4 inches. But the thing to keep in mind on this end is that the beach villas run north and south up the island, and we're building south of the south villa. So we're only southerly adjacent to one of the villas, and we're on the side of the building. We're not even off the corner or in front of or adjacent. We're to the south side of the south building. So then when we move forward into these comparisons, the existing beach villas are 4-story buildings. They have 4 habitable floors within the villas. Although the 4th floor is a lofted floor, it is still a floor by Florida building code. We're coming back in with a new 3-story, 45-foot building height here, and that's that 22-foot difference. If that building got damaged in the storm and had to be rebuilt, again, if they put a 4-story exactly same building in here, that would come down to just under 13 feet. Again, they could extend their roof line and create their mechanical wells and get that down well under 10 feet for the comparison against the two buildings. So again, when I compare these two buildings, the beach villas to the south, there's really not a balcony comparison like this because this would be the end of the beach villa building, and then this would be the corner of our building, so they're not directly adjacent to one another, but there still is a 50-foot separation. There's a 3-story building adjacent to a 3-story building, so I think the compatibility is very much consistent with the existing and the new. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Alexis unless you have questions for me.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have about 50 slides. Some of them are very punchy, quick hits, but I just wanted to ask you that, considering the hour, if you wanted me to.
Just keep going. We'll do this one section, then we'll break for lunch, or do you want to be honest?
Take a break. I can hang in there if you want to get through this.
No, we're going to take a break. We're going to take a break. We'll break
A
for
lunch break or just a break?
Yeah, we're going to break for
Okay.
lunch.
Okay.
And then resume.
All right, thank you.
We count on her too much to be, for her to be uncomfortable.
Thank you.
She's the VIP in this hearing. We are back on the record, ready to proceed.
Alexis Crespo with RBI, representing the applicant. I will be concluding the planning rebuttal presentation. I'm going to be touching on lead plan and LDC consistency with focus on the compatibility policies in both of those documents, but also just a couple of housekeeping clarifications. It was discussed at length during some of the public comment about the applicant not conducting a required community meeting. So I just wanted to clarify for the record that no community meeting is required for this MPD zoning. We did conduct several. However, you have guidance for when community meetings are required in the LEAP plan for the specific planning communities, as well as in the land development code. This is the LEAP plan policy related to Captiva that dictates community meetings are required when you're amending Captiva community-specific provisions in the LEAP plan or LDC, meaning you are proposing a comprehensive plan amendment from anything under goal 23 of the LEAP plan. Certainly, this MPD zoning is not requesting any comprehensive plan amendment. So per this objective and policy, we are not required to have a meeting. Furthermore, Chapter 33 of the LDC outlines when meetings are required for communities as well. As was testified earlier, 33-1611 expressly excludes South Seas Island Resort from Chapter 33. Therefore, the Chapter 33 meeting requirements also would not apply to this MPD, as it is wholly within the area defined as the South Seas Island Resort. This is true post-ordinance 2322, as well as prior to adoption of that ordinance. So this has been the case since Captiva had regulations in the land development code. So no meeting was required. That being said, we did spend the time and effort to go above and beyond meeting requirements. So we hosted 2 community outreach meetings. We did those as open houses from 4 p.m. To 7 p.m. on the site. We conducted those meetings April 25th, November 7th. We met the requirements that do guide required community meetings in your code by advertising in the news press. This is an affidavit of publication. We also sent mailed notices to all owners within South Seas and those within 500 feet of the MPD boundary, which would pick up property owners outside the South Seas Island Resort along that southern boundary. So if a meeting were required, we would have exceeded those requirements And it is my testimony that per the Lee Plan and the Land Development Code, these meetings were not, in fact, required for this zoning. Another kind of housekeeping item, I'll call it, is related to the deviation criteria discussed during public comment. The Captiva policy 23.2.6 does provide guidance for review of variances and deviations. It says variances and/or deviations from the current development standards will not be permitted unless they meet all of the specific requirements for variances and deviations set forth in the LDC. The interpretation, the application of this policy is that deviations must comply with the deviation criteria of the code. Variances, where requested, must comply with the variance criteria of the code. This is, and I believe staff will testify to this as well, this is memorialized through actions in Captiva, zoning actions in Captiva, and how those have been evaluated. It's also evidenced when you look at other community planning policies where they clearly state deviations must meet variance criteria. That is a concept employed by the Lee Plan. It is not a concept applicable to Captiva. So Buckingham is a community, the Shores, North Olga, they all say your deviations in these specific areas must meet the variance criteria. So this is a well-documented concept that does not apply to the subject property based on the Captiva policy. It's also applicable in Greater Pine Island as another example. And these are, obviously, I've given you these slides as well. So then moving into land use compatibility, we presented this definition at the initiation of the hearing, that it is not where you have matching or exact same land uses situated next to each other. It is where there is a neutral relationship between proposed land uses based upon fit, similarity, scope, scale, and reciprocity of characteristics, which we've addressed through the conditions as well as the MPD regulations. And I just want to walk you through that more specifically. So one measure is traffic compatibility. And we have, in our modified comparison of the traffic generated by the current administrative interpretation approval, you can see there a total of 346 PM peak hour trips under the development available under the ADD today, and that is using the more conservative 250 slips, whereas Hans Wilson demonstrated it is possible to fit more slips within the site, but we agreed at previous hearings that we would utilize the more conservative 250 slips. When you look at the trips generated by the proposed MPD, you can see there is a reduction in PM peak hour trips because the ancillary resort amenities, the marina, are not open to the public. So from a compatibility standpoint, from a function standpoint, the MPD is reducing the intensity, thereby reducing the trips generated by the project and enhancing compatibility in that regard. I want to touch on, I don't want to rehash, we've certainly been here a while and we want to get through today, but just to walk through the size scale of the different hotel tracks, starting with the south. So want to specifically orient you with the hotel going on A1, the water park area as it interfaces with tennis villas and the Bayside villas. This is an aerial from 2022. This is where you can see the former conference center, dock fords, retail activity area. In the southern portion of the site, this is the tennis center that existed for decades. In this location, you can see there's numerous tennis courts developed abutting the recently renamed, but for the purposes of this, the tennis villas, as we've been referring to it throughout the hearing, and then also interfacing with the Bayside villas. And just looking at this aerial again of 2022, you can see this is a very active and intense area of the property where you have commercial open to the public, outdoor entertainment associated with said commercial. You've got a tennis center facility that can accommodate multiple games. These are lit tennis courts. You've got the historical employee housing area at that entrance as well. And then you've got predominantly transient condominium units that are very high rate of rental within those, which we've walked you through and we'll also hit on right now. So I mentioned the tennis courts, employee housing, and the 5-acre commercial center all in this node. And that's just a closer view. The parcel lines are not perfect in this is GIS, but you can see that all these things are very closely clustered together. And that is another view. I'll also draw your attention to these are lit tennis courts available for use and had been available for use after dark, where there are light poles in these images. This area that will be developed and redeveloped as a hotel with the recreational uses abuts the tennis villas. In my initial presentation, we walked you through this as a 60-unit condominium. It is 3 stories with a loft, so 4 stories over ground floor parking. 75% of these units are within either the Timbers or applicants rental program or within a third-party rental program. So a vast majority of the units are available for 1-day minimum rental. And this is the chart we provided you noting that high rate of rental. Also in this area is Bayside Villas, so that's 92% in the rental program available for minimum 1-night rentals. And the resulting development that Mark walked you through, and I'm using the more conservative situation of what exists today. This is not the if they develop scenario, but if based on what exists today, our proposed hotel built to the minimum standards and how that will interface with the tennis villas. And it is my testimony based on the floors, the setback, the heights of these buildings, that they are entirely consistent with the definition of compatibility within your code and comprehensive plan. So just to summarize the key points here, when you combine Bayside and tennis villas, 91% of those units are in a rental pool and function like a hotel. When I've stayed at South Seas in the past, I have stayed in Bayside villas for 1 or 2 nights. These areas were historically abutting a tennis court complex, commercial uses, and employee housing, so high-intensity uses have always existed in this area. Our building is 8 to 9 feet taller than the existing buildings in this area. Moving to the North Hotel. So this is tract I-1 orienting you. We want to really walk you through the same data for this area. Again, an intensive node of hotel resort style of uses. We've got the main resort pool, bar area, restaurants. This is where boaters would come up for meals, active events. The former hotel site, again, a 3-story hotel has always existed in this portion of the property. And then you've got the marina and various restaurants also creating a lot of activity in this area. This is another view looking over the marina area.
Okay, can we go back to that?
Yes.
Where was the hotel historically?
The hotel, so this is I'm sorry if I lasered somebody. This is the Gulf of Mexico. This is Land's End. This would be the hotel.
It's 2 buildings, yeah, right there.
And
That's the 1700.
the 1700, and that's the marina.
And then wrapping the point, the hotel, yeah.
That'd be the hotel area, and that is that pool area, and these are where the timeshares are located.
Okay.
So this area again is predominantly the timeshares, which is inherently a transient use. These people are staying for one week minimum stays. The Marina Villas is the closest abutting condominium, and that has a 78% rate of being within the rental programs offered. So again, highly transient. This is the image that Matt described of the closest building, which is the South Seas Club timeshare, located there at just under 42 feet in height, compared to our building constructed to the Limois standards at the 64.8 feet in height. So to summarize, the Northern Hotel, again, abuts highly transient uses, predominantly timeshare. This has also historically been a very active area of the site, anchoring the northern end of the resort, and the building's proposed range in height from 23 to 28 feet taller than existing non-conforming structures. In terms of compatibility of the Beach House Restaurant in Soraya, this graphic was also presented to you in previous testimony. This is the Beach House Restaurant. The height of that building is 29.1 feet. This is the Soraya structure, a height of 42 feet. And you can just see from the footprint that these are very similar in terms of their scale of structure. And certainly Soraya is taller than the Beach House Restaurant, which is also a measure of compatibility, is how do these buildings interface with each other. This is straight off the internet, advertising the ability to rent this property. It was historically in the applicant's rental pool over a period of time, is no longer in that rental pool, but there's clear evidence that this property is highly transient as well, being offered online for rental. I'll note one night rental of this property is not permitted, so it is a longer duration, but I believe it is no longer than a week, the minimum duration you can rent it for. This property has interfaced with the event lawn. The beach area is just to the bottom of the slide. This is where there was the beach bar, food and beverage on the beach. This area was an event lawn. That is not to say that it was not heavily utilized for entertainment events and food and beverage as part of resort activities. So this is demonstrating some setup of events in this space. There was live entertainment frequently in this space. Here's an image of a band structure, and then daytime activities in the space. So this property has always interfaced with the resort. This property has been located next to a heavily utilized area for resort entertainment, food, beverage, etc., with no restrictions on time frame noise other than what's in the land development code for the property, as the ADD does not address consumption on premise hours, amplified noise restrictions, etc. And we will continue to work on those as we work with staff on finalizing the conditions, but certainly the MPD is enhancing compatibility by limiting use of this area, limiting the hours of consumption, limiting the outdoor entertainment in this area. We have also, I've made those points of the similar scope and scale. We are also adding in the sound attenuating wall and plantings, which will further supplement compatibility. So to summarize the points, the proposed MPD will enhance compatibility with the internal uses within the South Seas Island Resort, as well as Captiva Island in general, through the following measures. We are decreasing the intensity and commercial uses of this property, including the marina area. This is a decrease in trip generation. The MPD development regulations serve to increase the required building setbacks. In some cases, the ADD simply relies on fire code separation, whereas enhanced setbacks and separation is now required. We are doubling on-site parking and have further supplemented the parking required for the principal uses through additional amenity parking that staff will walk through. The amendment will increase internal and external landscape buffers, will add in regulations to govern outdoor entertainment and consumption on premise, and will add in important conditions related to natural resource protection through the water quality monitoring, the golf course maintenance plans, the indigenous management plans that we've walked you through this morning. So to conclude my testimony, it is in my expert opinion that the proposed MPD is fully compliant with your land development code and the criteria governing plan developments. It's compliant with the Lee plan in its entirety, meets with the code and qualifies for the deviations being requested, and as further conditioned by your staff, it's compatible and will enhance compatibility with the existing and planned area, has sufficient access to support the proposed intensity based upon Mr. Trish's traffic study, as well as the demonstrated trip reduction through the request, will not adversely impact environmentally critical or sensitive areas, and will furthermore put current modern safeguards in place through the proposed conditions. We have demonstrated through the application materials that the urban services are available to serve the reduction in density but increased in intensity via the hotel rooms. We've demonstrated the proposed mix of use is appropriate at the proposed location. This resort has been in place since the 1970s. It's a landmark of Lee County. The uses being proposed are modernizing what has been there for decades. The conditions, as I've noted, provide safeguards to the public interest, and the proposed deviation will enhance the objectives of the plan development rezoning process by acknowledging this is redevelopment of entirely impacted areas and in a coastal area that also warrants certain relief from code requirements. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, or Greg Spencer has some slides to show you as well.
Okay, I don't have any questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. This is
Thanks.
applicant exhibit 34. It is another PowerPoint. What is this exactly?
Hi, Madam Hearing Examiner. Greg Spencer again. This is a PowerPoint. I want to illustrate a couple things, give you a little bit of background information on Timbers. I want to talk about some of the steps we take corporately in some of the areas we develop, and want to talk a little bit about some specific items as it relates to South Seas. And then, since we haven't had an opportunity in any public forum, talk a little bit about our vision for the resort and what we're trying to accomplish. Okay, just by way of introduction, real fast, Greg Spencer. I am the CEO of Timbers Company. I'm also the president of the ownership group that owns South Seas Island Resort. I am a native Floridian. I grew up in Tallahassee, Florida. Went to school at Florida State University. Unfortunately, what happened yesterday. And then I went into the military, and I served on active duty for 5 years in the Air Force and 3 years in reserves. So that brought me out of the state of Florida. I did relocate my company back to the state of Florida about 7 years ago. And the reason why I'm sharing some of that information is I've had relatives that have lived in Lee County since 1979. I personally have been going to Sanibel and Captiva since 1978. So you're going to see some pretty pictures of our other resorts around the world in Tuscany and Kauai. I didn't vacation there as a kid, but I did vacation on Sanibel, Captiva. And, you know, frankly, I do feel that I have a pretty good understanding of the historic development pattern. I can tell you there wasn't 20,000 square foot homes when I was a kid riding my bike around the island. There wasn't a 3-story structure that, you know, one of the folks that spoke against us built at the corner of Andy Rossi Lane. So it's been quite a bit of change over the years. But, you know, South Seas in particular is very you know, personal to me, in addition to just my family growing up. Next page, please. Next page. So just to give you a little background on timbers, again, I just referenced, these are all the places around the world. So we have 19 different properties around the world, everything from 4,200 acres in Tuscany to 450 acres in Kauai. We develop in some of the most difficult to develop areas on the planet, frankly. And some of them have, a very steeped historical significance. And I'll touch on that in just a second. Next page.
Would you just do me a favor? Grab that clicker and click on the,
Oh, I'm sorry.
and just see if that works for you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot about it. I've only been using it as a pointer.
He's used to having a staff.
Not really. I've been putting this slide together. So again, we're in, we run the gamut. So, we're in mountain locations, beach locations, and more kind of vineyard, rural area locations around the world. As far as our, I don't know why it's only half going. There you go. So, our company, we're based out of Winter Park, Florida. Again, relocated from the Aspen, Colorado area about 6, almost 7 years ago. And really did that for a couple of different reasons. One, I'm from Florida, so I didn't own the company before, but when I did purchase the company, I was interested in getting back to the state. And, frankly, there's 114 million visitors a year to the state of Florida, and it's somewhere where we wanted to focus and development on. Again, you can see some of the areas where we're at. Our story, we really focus on, high barrier to entry markets. That is kind of our plan. That's what we look to do. We really try to focus on areas that have a very specific type of look and feel to them. We want to embrace the authenticity of a place. We really want to focus on approachable luxury. That's what we try to do. So we don't want, nothing against Palm Beach and even Naples. My partner develops in Naples, but we like more of the approachable luxury. That's kind of what we look for in our brand. And then, intimate scale. We'll touch on, I can't help it. I got to give them a hard time. We'll touch on the scale too, because I think the scale is something that's been distorted in this entire process. And then we really do celebrate the environment, and we'll show you that through some real world examples. Our experience, I'll skip over this, but suffice to say, we aren't a fly-by-night developer. This is what we do 365 days a year. We do resort development. I don't build shopping centers. We don't do public storage. We don't do rental. We focus on resort development, and that's been our entire experience over the past 26 years. Financial strength. This is an important one. Both, all three of the partnership group within here has the financial wherewithal to go through not just one, but 3 hurricane storms. And I frankly think that I question what would have happened if it would have been more of a club deal at South Seas, if a handful of people was like, okay, you do a little bit and I'll do a little bit. It would have been one thing to buy it, but what would have happened when the storm was brought to its knees? We do have the financial capability to execute on the plan that we've put forward. We're not doing this just to try to position it and flip it. We intend to build out this resort. That's the whole reason why we've been, so patiently working, trying to work through this. Our approach, I've touched on that before, no one project is alike. We don't have a cookie cutter. We don't just plop down a mold of what, things look like. Oh, we're executing, condo plan 64B. Everything is built specifically to the site. And it's because the areas that we develop, that's what the market and consumers demand. This is a key stat just for a couple, multi-generational travel. 92% of our owners are multi-generational, meaning that they have parents, they have grandkids. We don't have the dual income, no kids. That is not our consumer. Our consumer is family oriented. So a lot of the things about the water park and the golf course and some of the things we're trying to do, because we're doing that because that is who our customers are, and that's what they're looking for. And then you can see the key markets. A lot of these are the key markets that already serve the area. And the other thing I'd just point out is a lot of these folks, this isn't their secondary home. This is a third or a fourth home, right? So it's a little bit of a different clientele than what you have. And I think that gets back to traffic. A lot of these folks, this is a home that they want, they have some affinity to the area, they have family that live in the area. They aren't down here, you know, snowbirding it for 6 or 8 months out of the year. I think that's important from a traffic perspective. As far as the different brands, so Timbers Company has Timbers Resorts. That's kind of our upscale, high-end luxury brand. We have Andiamo. That's our rental platform. Our rental platform, you know, in Andiamo, you can rent whether it's in Tuscany or Kauai. And again, we plan on having the higher-end, you know, product offerings within South Seas within that. And then Soleil Hotels and Resorts is what we're planning from a hotel perspective. I'll skip over that. I think this is an important slide because it does talk about our experience. So Hokawala is a 450-acre resort on the island of Kauai. It is an area that has a lot of historical significance. We have an endangered species management plan. We have 5 endangered species on that property that I'll touch on in just a second. Casale de Casale, that's 4,200 acres in Tuscany. That goes back to the founding Florentine family, Lorenzo Magnifico, who was one of the rulers of Florence. It was an estate home for some of his family members. So we actually have, you know, Florentine royalty buried on the site. So we have everything from deconsecrated church to burial grounds. We actually have a game reserve. We're one of the only game reserves in all of the Tuscany region that we manage on behalf of the government, which means we have to manage all the species that are there, everything from flora and fauna with truffles to wild boar, Chingali. So we have to manage that. This is the Virgin Islands. It's the entire western tip of St. Thomas, so it's 397 acres. This was bought by the Corning family from the U.S. Navy when the Navy owned the Virgin Islands. And this has a lot of significance too. We have petroglyphs that go back to the Carib and Arawak Indians. Unfortunately, it was a slave plantation, so we have slave burial sites. We have old sugar mill ruins that go back to the 16th and 17th century, and it's just a very sensitive part of the U.S. Virgin Islands. You know, we are the lead developer. You know, we don't, sorry, I don't know why that's not lining up. We are the lead developer, so we don't farm it out to other folks. Neither does my partner. So, you know, a lot of times you'll have someone that might be the applicant, but they're not the ones actually doing the work. They're the money behind it, and then they just kind of farm it out. So, you know, I can tell you I've been actively involved in the day-to-day development out here, as I have been in our other properties. And I do think that's a little different than some applicants you might come across. Same goes for real estate marketing oversight. We sell it ourselves. That frankly is, you know, of the 53 people that spoke against us, you know, quite a few have competing businesses, and it's because they have competing rental businesses or they have competing real estate businesses. And again, we plan on doing that ourselves. Master associations. There was a lot of talk about the master associations, and you know, we have, between all of our homes in Italy, we have probably 46 different HOAs that we manage and run, and in a lot of cases we are, you know, managing the board. Very complex, particularly in Tuscany, where, you know, we manage everything: water, power, the whole 9 yards. So we know how to work with associations, and, you know, frankly, in Vail, we partnered with, it was a bankruptcy transaction. We partnered with the HOA that was insolvent, and we actually not only got them out of insolvency, we funded reserves for them. But what it takes is you need an association that is willing to work with you. Like, free isn't willing to work with you. You need someone that has some type of goal that you're trying to achieve, and I think we've demonstrated that around the world. The hospitality luxury rental management, can we resize that? I don't know if that's why it's off, or. Thank you. So, you know, in this, you know, we manage our own clubs too. You know, we don't bring in, you know, third party St. Regis or whatever where they're managing it. We manage it on our own behalf. And I'll touch on some of the awards. So, for instance, you know, if you look at travel and leisure, you know, we've had world best properties across the globe, multiple properties every single year, except for when they weren't doing the scoring during COVID. The same for travel and leisure. And, if you look, our resort in Europe was the number one resort in Europe 5 years in a row. We're number one hotel in Italy. We're number 2 hotel in the world. That's the level that we operate at. The other item is if you look at in the U.S., we were the best resort in the U.S. for our property in Vail. We actually won the family category, and that's going to be important for what our goals are for South Seas. Just to give you a little bit of a flavor of what some of our interiors and our units look like, because I'm going to show you what we inherited at South Seas. This is, again, Kauai, very sensitive site. We've talked about bird strikes and all these other things. All this glazing is turtle compliant. We've had 0 turtle violations. We've had 0, because we have endangered species, we have to manage what's called takes, any kind of death of a bird. We've had 0 bird strikes on that building, and we've been out there for 10 years, directly on the coast. Again, just give you an idea of the level of finishes and the quality that we do. The next project, Kiawah Island, could you pull that up a little bit, please? The next one. Yeah, Kiawah Island, that's Kiawah Island, South Carolina. Again, very sensitive site. We actually, it's interesting that the community actually pushed us. We had more of a modern design. They pushed us for a more, we had a traditional design. They pushed us for more of a modern design. So, that's where we have worked with the community on what they want to look at, what they want the community to look like. Again, you can see all the native species that we've planted there. We did, instead of just having exposed stairwells, we did cover them up. Where we were allowed for wind code, we do have some privacy screening on the building. It gets a little tougher when you get into the wind loading code. It sounds simple to just, why don't you screen something for bird strikes, but it gets harder when you start trying to get all the different codes to align. But that project, I would note that right here on the edge of it, you can barely see it, but those were townhouses that were built in 1978. They had 8.5 foot tall ceilings. They had a loft, so they're maybe 20 feet tall over grade, and those buildings are right around, I believe it's 52. So we had this kind of similar condition where, in some of these coastal areas, they gentrify, and you build newer, more modern product for what consumers are looking for. Again, just to give you an idea of some of the finishes. This last page just shows you our collection of properties. I would note that we have an exchange program that allows, it's a closed loop system. So owners can only exchange with other owners within the system. And, we do that because it's our folks like to travel, right? And selfishly, we cross-sell them real estate while they're there, but, we do have that exchange program, but it's closed only to the other owners that own at that resort. So that's a little bit of a background on Timbers. I want to talk about kind of our track record and sensitive areas. I want to talk about our community involvement. Then I want to talk about South Seas resiliency, since that's come up a couple times, touch on transportation, and then I'll talk about the vision. So if you look at this property, so again, this is Tuscany, 4,200 acres. We actually have, these are artifacts that we found when we were renovating an old ruin. So these go back to 4 BC. These are Etruscan ruins. We worked with the Bella Arte, the Fine Arts Commission in Florence. We basically got these are on display in our spa in the hotel. And, it's become an educational piece. So again, we know how to work in sensitive areas, and frankly, we embrace that. Also, the hotel, the oldest part of the tower in the back goes back to the 7th century. And then, this is our natural amphitheater. We actually had Andrea Bocelli perform there, with no amplified music. The Italians kind of knew how to project sound, so it was a great performance. Next page, this shows you what some of these structures look like. So this was the castle. which became the hotel, abandoned after World War II. This is what it looks like in the lower page in the current state. Here's another ruin. So in Italy, you can't just build stuff as of right. You either have to build an old ruin that looks like it's in that state, or you have to have evidence, whether it's archaeological or photographic, of where a building used to be located in this part of Tuscany. So this shows you an example of where there was a ruin that we renovated. So that's what it looked like when we bought the property. This is what it looks like now. And you know, this is one wing of it, what it looked like and what it looks like now. This is for Kauai. This talks about our habitat conservation plan. So we actually have 5 endangered species. You can see we track all of them. A lot of these are found only in the islands of Hawaii. And, you know, on any given day, we have between 200 to 500 endangered species on our property. They are birds, so they can fly. They're not, you know, hostage there. But we do have it. We had an interesting problem. We have an airport not far from us. So we have the Department of Interior that told us you have to have a habitat conservation plan. We had the airport that told us we don't want birds around the airport. We want you to haze them. And we were specifically prohibited from hazing the birds in our conservation plan. So we actually partnered with the Department of Interior. We actually got a natural predator hazing program established, which was using working dogs to haze the birds. We trained them not to attack the birds, but to kind of corral them and send them to the parts of the property that weren't adjacent to the airport. And it was actually featured on the Disney Channel and we got a bunch of awards for, you know, coming up with a creative way to keep 2 government entities happy. I know we've talked about it here, the signage. So again, these are nene, very significant to the Hawaiian culture. We have nene nesting signs. We train our entire staff on what to look for in these endangered species. Construction monitoring, we monitor that already. We have the signs, the speed bumps. So we have 38 educational signs. We have speed bumps around the property. Technology, I know we talked about the golf carts. The reason when we first bought South Seas, we changed to electric carts. It allows us to geofence, so geolocate sensitive areas, and the carts cannot go there. They basically power down. So we use that same technology out in Kauai to prevent people from going into the areas where we've tried to create some habitat for the birds. And we also do discovery tours. This is actually one of our most popular amenities, even though, you know, it's funny, you build these really fancy infinity edge pools and all this other stuff, but what people really want to do is they want to experience the island. So we have a biologist, it's a state biologist that we pay for. You know, we've done 133 bird and nature tours. We take the little kids, the local residents, anybody can come out and do our discovery tour, and that's been wildly successful. The other thing we do is we do owner newsletters. So this is in Jupiter, Florida. Juno Beach has a loggerhead turtle rescue site. And whenever they have nesting seasons, this was actually a rehabilitated turtle. So don't think that everybody crowds around the turtles while they're trying to nest. This was a turtle that was at the sanctuary center that got released. And we average, you know, they encourage people to come out and celebrate the release of a you know, threatened turtle back into the species, into the ocean. This is our we sponsored the International Coral Reef Symposium in the Virgin Islands. We have, again, endangered species of coral in the bay in front of our property. And then we get our local concierge team. So we love to set up trips where our owners can go participate with different, you know, habitat like crow, you know, and be part of learning about the environment. The other thing we do is our company, we donate over 10,000 hours a year to philanthropic efforts, and you'll see the boat here. So Folds of Honor is one of our corporate philanthropies. We actually have the tarpon tournament that we alluded to earlier. That's going to take place on May 23rd. It's our second annual tarpon tournament. We raised $200,000 last year, and Folds of Honor provides scholarships to fallen soldiers and first responders to their family, not just the kids, but for the parents as well. This is near and dear to me. I had a fraternity brother who was killed in Afghanistan and left behind a 6-month-old daughter. So this is my friend. He started this charity, and it means a lot to us. So again, this is one of the efforts. This young lady here, her father was in special forces, and he died in Iraq, and so she spoke last year. And again, it's something we do. So all those scholarships, we require the scholarships to be kept locally. So last year we funded 40 scholarships in the greater Southwest Florida area. This next page shows, again, more efforts. This is our South Seas team that does the beach cleanup on Captiva. This is our Kauai team that's doing the beach cleanup in front of the coast at Hokawala. This is out in Colorado, where we did a river cleanup day. We do that both for our Steamboat Springs and Vail. And this is our corporate office. Four Roots is an urban farm that gives all the food away to disadvantaged families. And then this is where we work with Harvest Time International to sort clothes from Disney, Universal, etc., for shelters and people that need it. Next page. There's been a lot of talk about us, these guys don't really care about resiliency. They're not really doing this for resiliency. They're just greedy developers trying to get more height. It couldn't be further from the truth. If you look at this page, this is the actual flag of resiliency. This shows what we're doing around the property. Everything from elevating generators, building secondary dunes, building additional water storage on the golf course. That lake that used to be in front of Land's End, it was only 18 inches deep. We've built it to where we can hold a significant amount of water to improve the stormwater. So again, throughout the property, you can see where we're doing flood barriers, we're raising it, and I think it's the right thing to do. Next page. This shows that revetment that you were asking about earlier. Again, we're doing this adjacent to our land. We're doing it adjacent to land that we don't own. You can see you can see the different size of the boulders. Those are the bigger 10-ton boulders. Those are some of the smaller ones. You need a mix of both to harden the site. And this is actually, behind a condo that we don't own. We're repairing their seawall as we're doing this work because we already had a building permit pulled, and it made sense, or a DO pulled, so it made sense to do that work. This is the secondary dune that we talked about planting. So I don't know if you can see it in this middle picture, but it goes pretty far down there. And we actually you cannot find sea oats and railroad vines in the state of Florida because everybody has bought it up for all the damage. So we actually had to contract a nursery to grow them ourselves. So we had to grow these from seeds. So if you go to the next page, please. This shows the length of the dune that we've planted. So it's this blue area. That's the length of the dune. Obviously, we have 2 breaks in it so people can get through. But what these blue circles show is we've actually set up irrigation in that area. Normally, you plant those dunes and you let Mother Nature just take its course, and some of the plants live, some of them die. We don't want to risk that, and we're trying to accelerate it because it takes about 18 months before they can hold the soil for a storm impact. So we decided to start irrigating that to try to get it to propagate and grow a little faster. This is our transportation plan. When Sean spoke about South Seas first, I think he clarified it. Really, he was talking about transportation. It was third parties. We personally don't have team members that just drive back and forth, at least currently. But I do want to point out, these are 4 properties just to show that we do this. So I got the stats for 2024. Timbers Jupiter, we had a total of 1,413 trips and a 5-mile radius using our own vehicles. In the case of Timbers Jupiter, they're Suburbans. Kauai, we had 1,912 airport round trips. We use a mix between a Sprinter van and Suburbans for that. One Steamboat Place, we had 2,031 airport and local trips. This van right in the middle is, we have a fleet of vans like this that we use to pick up people. And then finally in Italy, it's a little smaller property, even though it's big in scale, we don't have as many units. We had 482 airport round trips. We even pick up people as far away as Rome. So when Scott was talking, I'm sorry, let me try this again. When Sean was talking about South Seas, he wasn't talking about the timber site. This is what we plan on doing for the new stuff that we're building. So it's just, it is a slightly different level of service. And then finally, I touched on it before, but you know, I know you've seen the trolley map. In all the new amenities, there's a lot to do about, look how close it is to the road. Well, we actually have trolley stops in front of all these amenities, right? Before it was like, okay, well, if you're going over here, walk all the way down the road to the central trolley stop and we'll pick you up. You know, when we built the part of the reason why the overhang is the way it is at the beach house is so people can wait out of the weather or out of the sun for the trolley to pull up. The same thing goes for the spa. There'll be a trolley pull off on the opposite side of the road for the spa. And I'm talking you're 25, 30 feet from the stairs. And the same goes for the amenities at the south end. There's a trolley stop directly in front of the water park. Next page. So to talk about the Timbers vision. So, you know, our goal is simple. You know, we really want to make South Seas the #1 family resort in the United States. And when we first took this over, people were like, well, you know, should we be #1 in Florida or maybe in Southwest Florida? I'm like, well, why not the United States? It's the goal we set off for with our property in Colorado. It's the goal we set off for our property in Italy. So that's what we're trying to shoot for. But, you know, frankly, prior to our involvement, South Seas was struggling. And I'm going to illustrate that in a couple of different ways. I love how everybody talks about South Seas. But when you really have an honest conversation with people about South Seas, they're like, oh, it was great, but you know, it was getting a little tired, it was getting a little dated. And look, when we bought it, Blackstone had starved it of you know, intellectual, emotional, and physical capital. And it was clear. You could see it in the resort. And frankly, as someone that had been going there for the past, you know, 44 years, I saw it firsthand. So, you know, we really took a good category. Someone's mentioned due diligence. We did do our due diligence of what the property looked like and just knew that we had to invest in a lot of different things. So, you know, we invested in employees. Pre-Hurricane Ian, we became the highest paid starting wage on either island of Sanibel or Captiva. And frankly, several of our neighbors weren't happy with us that had hospitality businesses. But we felt that if we were trying to take this to the next level, we had to have the right team to take it to the next level. Amenities. We realized, and you'll see a slide in just a second, we had to commit more money to amenities. You couldn't just get by with, you know, 900 people crowding around 2 small pools. You had to upgrade what you're trying to do. We didn't plan for it, but we've spent over $50 million on our hurricane cleanup to date. And I think in this whole conversation, that's been lost. A lot of people have you know, discussed our compliance with plans and made it sound like we were taking a brand new cow pasture and making a resort out of it. This resort has existed in some way, shape, or form since the 1940s. And then, you know, the post-resiliency, we're even spending another $10 million after Helene and Milton to further harden the property. So could you focus that? Actually, go back one. So again, I talked about the resort being in decline. You could see this on hospitality ratings. You could see it on social media. We had consumer behavior. There's a reason why we're converting the conference center. Groups weren't going there anymore. The makeup of group travel had changed, but more importantly, the resort was getting tired, and it was showing it. I think the year before we took over, the resort did sub 50 weddings, and a location like that should be doing 100, 150 weddings a year, but people were voting with their feet. The hotel was aging. There was no services at the hotel. You checked in 2.5 miles away. You drove all the way out to a hotel that didn't have any bell staff, no front desk, no nothing, and you used your key. I can't tell you how many times when I was doing both my due diligence and even after we bought it, that I would go all the way out there. My key wouldn't work. I'd have to get back in the car, drive all the way back up to the front to check in to get a new key. And it just was, that was just what was happening. And then I think you saw the vulnerability of the aging structures. I frankly think this is going to be experienced a lot on both Captiva and Sanibel and further within South Seas, is that these buildings built in the 70s aren't built to withstand these kind of storm events. Next page. So everybody said, where did you rank? This was pre-Ian. We ranked as the 110th best resort in Florida. We were never had any formal Forbes travel guide ratings. We were 3 diamond, and I think that was
3 diamond.
that was probably generous to be 3 diamond. Never awarded world's best, both by Travel Leisure Condé Nast, even TripAdvisor, and again, the infamous U.S. News and World Report ranked us 110th in Florida, right? And you contrast that against what we've done as a brand. Next page shows you kind of what some of the amenities were lacking. This shows the JW, Marco, Hyatt Coconut Point, Don Cesar, and you could see kind of what the diamond ratings were, what some of your options were, what you had. We didn't have a spa. The spa was in a retail corner of our shops. And, that's just not a 5-star experience. So that's really just trying to illustrate some of the challenge. This next page was the one that was most shocking. So we actually, this was off of TripAdvisor. Basically, we had 86% negative feedback on the condition of the property, of the physical condition of the property. And we use a system at Timbers called a Net Promoter Score. It's used by all the major luxury brands, and it's a score of -100 to +100. We did a survey the month after we took over the resort. South Seas was a -30. So that means if you had 10 people come, 3 were never coming back. To contrast that, Timbers was a 94, and the luxury benchmark standard is 76. So we knew we had our work cut out for us when we first took over the resort, and it was going to be a pretty heavy lift. This just shows you, this isn't our conjecture, these are actual TripAdvisor comments, and this is what the units look like. There were parts of the hotel that hadn't been updated since the 80s. And, look, I have friends that work at Blackstone that I went to school with, and, their approach was, squeeze every dollar out of a property and they wait for a different change in the market. Our approach is to add value to what we do and try to make our money that way. But you could see where some of the scores were, and the feedback is just, people, disgusting is never going to get a repeat trip. So that was kind of the call to actions. We knew we had to do some things different. We certainly didn't plan for Hurricane Ian. Everybody said we ripped down the hotel just to build a new one. That is not true. After the storm, we actually worked with the county. We were trying to pull building permits. We were told that we were in a coastal flood zone, and we said we didn't believe we were. 52 days after Hurricane Ian hit, the new FEMA maps took effect, and it moved the entire hotel in a coastal zone. We were over 50%. We could not build back. We had already ordered all the roofing material. We had already ordered doors, and we worked with the county to try to see, is there any exemptions? Is there any grandfather that's been tossed about? And the answer was no. We had to comply with the flood, and the building, particularly this building, the lowest structural member did not comply with the new Lemois flood zone. So we had no option but to take the hotel down. I don't care what anybody tells you. You can check with county staff. We were told we had to take the hotel down. This shows, you asked what got damaged. So there used to be a nice little golf course there. That entire revetment was blown apart. This is Ian. We actually had boulders and sand all the way through Land's End, and it just shows you the destruction. We lost our T-dock. This shows you, again, this is kind of the revetment where it got blown away. We've talked about this, and I think that's the most disappointing thing is, like, we have cleaned up all the roads with the fire department on the island after 3 successive storms. Never heard anybody, even acknowledge that, let alone thank us for it. This top picture, there was 110 million pounds of debris hauled off after Hurricane Ian. And we know because we helped coordinate the pickup, not just for ourselves, but all the HOAs with the FEMA contractor. And the most surprising stat is 60% of those structures didn't have wind damage, they didn't have water damage, they didn't have power for 3 weeks. or their air conditioning system was sitting on the ground. And so they had mold. And so I don't think we should be in a situation where, because of an old height restriction, you can't put your mechanical on top of your roof, protect it from wind, and you shouldn't have to rip out buildings just because you didn't get damaged but you didn't have power. And so everything we're trying to do is address that. This is the tennis, again, everybody's like, oh, they just ripped that out to build a water park. Those tennis courts were buckled. We had, this was our check-in building. It had major severe structural damage. So, we basically had to take all that down. Land's End, I know they talked about the road and, oh my God, look how bad they are with the road. Well, their road entirely washed out after Hurricane Ian. We weren't contractually obligated to repair it back, but we did, to the tune of $350,000. Now we're hardening it further with revetment, and we did provide temporary access across our property so they could get access to theirs while we rebuild the road and had to permit it. Just to give you an idea of some of the completed projects. So look, this entire North Pool complex got heavily damaged during Hurricane Ian. We built it all back. This is the new golf course, the new lakes. We are doing even more littoral plantings around the lakes just because we want it to be more vegetated. We like the birds and everything there. Next page, this again shows you our completed golf course. This amenity did not flood. It was at 9 foot above flood during Milton or Helene. We didn't have any damage. We actually parked a lot of vehicles around it. And it shows you that when you raise things up out of the flood zone, they actually perform, which I think is what we should be encouraging everybody to do in these coastal environments. This shows our restaurant, so that we finally got that reopened about a month and a half ago. And this is from Ian, not from Milton. So we finally got the restaurant reopened, dramatically changed the look and feel of it. You can see we're trying to upgrade the entire experience out there. The same goes with the pool deck. We spent almost $4 million to rebuild the pool deck after Hurricane Ian. Had some further damage after Milton. This is scoops and slices. It used to be in a building that got totally destroyed by Hurricane Ian. That was our old kids club, so we took that out, repositioned it, mostly because it was raised. So this is at 11 foot above sea level. We didn't have any water damage there. What we got is some wind damage, but we've put wind-rated windows throughout. We've anchored mechanical systems better, et cetera. And then this was our grocery store provisions. One young lady that talked against us. I mean, she's not happy because we put this is a grocery store that competes with a grocery store, and we upgraded significantly this grocery store. And
is this within the resort?
This is not within the MPD. It's across the street. So this is, but we own the shops there. So we have Lilly Pulitzer, J. McLaughlin, Starbucks. This is our grocery store. Before it was not well done, but we've added, grab and go food. It's just to try to keep people from having to drive all the way to Sanibel to get groceries. Again, the water park, this is that area we were talking about, Madam Hearing Examiner, about the restaurant. So again, the gates close off. This is the covered outdoor dining. This is the open air outdoor dining, although there's a pretty big ficus tree there. And again, this is more family oriented. There's no, this is to get pizzas and hamburgers and, things like that at night. It's not a 3-meal meal. It's not a bar scene, if you will. And then there's the slide structure where we talked about the cover that exceeds the 35 feet. This again shows you this. This is a $22 million amenity that we're building next to the tennis villas. And I think it's a game changer. And some people ask, why did we put it down there? That's because 61% of the units were at the south end of the resort. And so there were no pools, there were no amenities. They had to drive all the way to the north end to use that pool I showed you a couple slides back, and everybody crowded in there. So that was one of the things that we realized is we got the feedback that we needed to upgrade our amenities, but we also wanted to try to calm down some of the traffic. That's why the first week we took over, we made the trolleys available to everybody for free. That's not how historically it was. You had to be in the rental program to use the trolleys. I thought that was asinine, so that was the first thing we did. The second thing we did is we had a third-party cart concessionaire that had gas carts. I didn't like the sound of the gas carts, and frankly, you couldn't control where they went. We had golf carts. Someone said golf carts don't drive on the beach. You're right. They get stuck on the dunes. We used to have to fish golf carts off the dunes, and like when I met with the state of Florida, one of the first things the DEP said is they didn't want golf carts out on the beach. So everybody acts like we're trying to penalize someone. We were asked by the state of Florida to limit the golf cart access to the beach, and we did that. The other thing we did is we tried to put more amenities in. So that shows you the water park. This is our spa fitness center that we're building across next to the marina. Unfortunately, the cost on this thing is ballooned, but this is almost $22 million, another amenity that we're putting in there for folks to build. So it will have a elevated fitness center. We have to get it up because of the limb law for flood. So this will overlook the marina. So the marina is directly in front of it. This is a second floor yoga studio. And then this is the spa treatment rooms. We made this building a little nicer than, or not nicer, a little bigger than we had because we lost, our marina used to have bathrooms and shower facilities for marina guests. Those got destroyed during Hurricane Ian. So we had to make those up. So what we've done, instead of building a separate building, we just incorporated in the spa. So, you know, you typically wouldn't need, you know, I think we have like 5 showers. Normally you could get by with 2. You know, we made that a little bigger. We put some lockers in here for the marina guests when they're showering, if they're gonna go out to dinner. So we did try to change that up a little bit. And we are trying to combine some uses. This is, I know we've talked about this a lot. You know, I don't know if you've seen any pictures from inside, but this is the beach house. This, unfortunately, this is our professional rendering. We'll get them to add back in the wall that we've talked about. But you got the shade structures, you got the wall. You know, basically, when it's temperate, you know, that can open during the day. We understand at night we got to be turtle compliant. So those doors are turtle glass. We know during season, once it gets past a certain time, we'll have to put the doors down. So really the only people you will have is kind of out on the patio during turtle season. And that's it. That's really just wanted to give you a flavor of why we have pushed for and done some of the things that we're trying to pursue with this rezoning. It really is about trying to elevate South Seas. It's trying to position it. Hopefully there's, you know, some developer 49 years from now saying, well, I don't think the Timbers guys did it right. I would have put this over here and that over there. That'd be a good thing, because that means that you know, you still are getting those people coming back to Lee County, coming back to the island, creating the memories, appreciating the environment, and that's the condition we're trying to do. That's what I experienced as a kid. And I've been in close contact with Al Timbrook, who was the original developer with Mariner. And, you know, I've run through these plans with him, and he understands why we're doing this, and he supports it. And you know, hopefully, you know, I can experience that someday in the future. So we appreciate your time and consideration. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I don't have any questions.
Thank you.
Does that conclude applicant's presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Unless you have questions for any of our witnesses.
Not right now, no.
Thank you.
Madam Hearing Examiner, what time do we have right now? 2:05. I am happy to say that we will be finishing this in the time remaining we have. I'd like to submit, again, this is Adam Mendez, Community Development Principal Planner, and I have a copy of staff's rebuttal PowerPoint presentation. I have 2 copies, and I also have a copy of the natural resources responses to the hearing examiner's questions. And the last exhibit I have is environmental sciences responses to hearing examiner questions for 3 exhibits.
So staff exhibit 6 is the rebuttal PowerPoint. 7 is natural resources memo responding to the hearing examiner request for additional information. And then exhibit 8 is the environmental sciences
Memo.
Memo.
Yes.
Okay, just give me a moment to mark, and then you can begin.
Environmental sciences. And this is natural resources.
Okay.
Do you have an extra copy of those memos?
I believe I do in the chair right there. Is there one?
Okay.
Yeah.
No, there's
No, it's
nothing,
not?
nothing on the chair.
Oh, no. Someone stole it. I'll get you a copy, I promise.
Thank you.
Okay, you may begin.
Okay. Well, I want to state first on the record that we've certainly heard a great deal of rebuttal from the applicant, and I don't intend to repeat much of what they've said. I think it was a great presentation. I thought the height discussion was enlightening. I think that would have been great up front, and I understand that through the motions of this hearing that it arrived at this level, and I think that I can probably clarify in my presentation the locations of some of those buildings, but staff's analysis initially in the staff report, we came to very similar height estimates in the staff report based on the flood zone, based on how height is measured. But I want to just move forward onto the first point, which is the delta discussion that you quite frankly pointed out directly in your memo as to discuss what's the difference between this MPD zoning and what can currently occur on the 120.5 acres that we're considering, so we can determine what the difference is. And we heard through 5 or 6 days of public comment that the delta was simply 272 and 628, and that's the delta. And that's simply an oversimplification of the underlying zoning, the underlying administrative approval. I'm going to walk through some of those areas. I know this has been put on the record. This is the staff's position in terms of the impacts of this MPD on the island and how we see it as, in some fashions, a net decrease in intensity. When we talk about intensity, we talk of a whole spectrum of things. Traffic being the common thread that we heard in this hearing so far as being most impactful, because more trips on Sanibel Causeway, down Sanibel and up Captiva meant more environmental impacts, more impacts on pedestrians and so forth. And so that was really the common thread. And I thought that the applicant's first day rebuttal, they presented you with an ITE trip generation based on what might possibly go on this property under its current zoning conditions, so we can try to measure that delta. And so the first thing that needed to be discussed, in addition to the 272, we'll call them multifamily units for the purpose of this discussion, was the 5 acres of commercial that the applicant has and can develop. And so this is the 2002 Master Development South Seas Resort Plan. This was adopted as part of as an appendix of the administrative interpretation, and it actually has a legal description of the 5 acres. And you can see there's 2 parcels that comprise 5 acres. There's parcel 1, where the Chadwick's commercial was, and then right across South Seas Plantation Road. So here it is right here. The hatching on the plan is what I've tried to put a perimeter around here in teal, whatever color this is. But you can see there's a smaller parcel on the other side of South Seas Plantation Road where the employee housing was. And then there's what is most of 5 acres located on the east side of South Seas Plantation Road. And so in that ITE, you saw that they estimated 50,000 square feet conservatively. And now I'm going to say conservatively is that's what they'd use on an upland parcel somewhere in Lee County where there's different requirements, like different parking requirements. And we'll get into parking, as that was one of the primary points I have to hit on with respect to amenity parking. But I'm going to walk through now the other component that needed to be weighed in on this discussion of delta, and that's the CM zoning. There are 10 acres plus of commercial marina zoning. That zoning originated in 1990, 19 years or 18 years after Z72 I'm going to mess it up, but the 1972 zoning resolution. So this effectively rezoned property out of that 1972 zoning resolution to commercial marina. And the uses that on this 10 acres of commercial marina that are possible we'll get into, but that's part of this delta equation. The next equation, or the next item of consideration when considering the difference in impacts, and this, I didn't see this on the applicant's delta slide, but it's the resort amenities which are and have historically been open to people other than people who are residents or resort guests of hotels. You can see here, I have a silly little weighted scale here, but this is our delta chart, and it shows, for the purpose of our conversation, we're developing 272 multifamily units, that the delta is 435 hotel units, but it's negative 79 multifamily units. We're going to 193 multifamily units. 272 would be permitted under the ADD. So there's a net reduction in density. There's a net reduction of 10 acres commercial marina. There's a net reduction of 5 acres general commercial. And there's also this golf course and other resort amenities that I'll discuss. When we think of 50,000 square feet on those 5 acres, you might think that that's kind of hard to fathom. Well, it's existing right now. This building that was convention space, conference space, restaurant, other uses, maybe retail, it's over 50,000 square feet in floor area right now. And why I say that it's not infeasible to say that this could get bigger or larger, and to emphasize uses that would be daily attractors across the causeway, to emphasize its resort amenities, is they're subject to this really low parking requirement right now. And I have it circled here. This is the 2002 Master Development Plan. I've highlighted the area of the plan where it says commercial area at the south end of the property, except conference facilities, shall be required to provide a minimum of 1 parking space per 1,000 square feet of retail, restaurant, lounge, or commercial use, excluding kitchens and other back of the house areas and service facilities. Well, I'm just going to come off and saying 1 parking space per 1,000 square feet is 11 or 1,200 square feet, or 11 or 1,200% less than what a restaurant would be parked on mainland. That's 14 spaces per 1,000 or 12.5 spaces per 1,000 in a mixed use scenario. So 1 space per 1,000 is already a really low requirement for restaurant, retail. That's more akin to a warehouse parking requirement. In addition to that, they exclude areas of this building that they consider backhouse areas or conference facilities from the parking requirement altogether. So of this 50,000 square foot facility, it wouldn't even require 50 parking spaces under the current regulations, which we're now going to move into a more modern zoning district where we have modern parking requirements. Kind of going through that scale I had, the golf course, again, the administrative approval defined the area for which the golf course was, is just 1973 resort area. This is where I believe Lady Chadwick departed. Members of the public were welcome to come out and have participate in dolphin tours. They didn't necessarily have to stay at the resort to go on that charter. Other charters could take off. This is a commercial marina zoning district, allow marina land uses. And in this 1973 resort area, we've historically had this golf course also open to the public. You don't have to stay at a hotel or multifamily. I don't want to kill that, but I want to start talking about your parking question in your memo. And you had a concern over the amenity parking. And I think the real major concern was, based on what I could read, is that there's a separation between the north and south cluster. And how are we going to reasonably park these amenities? And was it considered initially, did we have parking calculations to consider these amenities? Because there's a provision in the code that allows hotel guests to use ancillary uses, and provided that's only available to hotel guests, no additional parking is required. Well, we have a unique situation here where we have a resort land use where multifamily and hotels share amenities. So it's my testimony here is that Table A and Table B of Land Development Code Section 2020 don't really contemplate a resort land use where residential and commercial share an amenity. So we're going to go through this exercise, but I want to just start off at the top to just go back to this 2002 Master Development Plan that says parking. These standards, which again, the hotel and multifamily was parked at half of what we currently park those uses at, and as Ms. Crespo testified, parking. These standards recognize the developer's long-standing commitments to transportation alternatives to the automobile and Captiva, including pedestrian and bicycle transportation via pathways provided throughout the SSRD, slow me down, Debbie, and the provision of up to 18 hours of daily free tram service. So sometime between 2002 and BlackRock, they started to have to pay for the tram service. So we can understand BlackRock squeezing the money out of people. But it's the testimony here that that tram service is free again, I believe, if I heard that correctly. And that has been a big basis for this resort not parking amenities and also underparking, when I say underparking, commercial land uses, which could, by lack of restriction, create a lot of interest from people off island, off Sanibel, to come in and really emphasize this resort's destination location. Day trippers, day passers, it's certainly possible here. This needs to be weighed in when discussing the Delta. So before I get into amenity parking, I want to point out that they're going to be providing code-required principal parking. That has always been contemplated. Originally, there was a deviation early on in the process where they wanted to memorialize the ADD standards. Through review of that deviation, they removed that deviation. They said we're going to park the hotel and the multifamily at the same rate that would be required if it was built on 41, which is 2.1 spaces per unit for multifamily and 1.2 spaces per unit for hotel units. And what that basically equates to is 947 parking spaces will be provided for the accommodations that they're going to be ultimately providing should this be approved. When we talk about amenity parking, again, we didn't see, and we looked at this long and hard, at Table A and Table B, and this happens often. Codes don't necessarily line up with industry trends, or maybe just this particular land use has never been exercised in a way that regulations have caught up to adopt standards that are reasonable. But if we consider two sides. One is, well, the hotel's not necessitating any more code-required parking. Perhaps a condition to require more parking on the north and south is required for just public health, safety, and welfare compatibility. But that's a condition. That's not a departure from the code. Where the difference is, the delta is the residential components sharing part of those amenities. So we could go the prorating path, and we could prorate the amenities and say, well, how many residential units are there and how many commercial units are there? And that got very convoluted. So it's our position that there should be a deviation from parking requirements, and we should simply state that there is a deviation from Section 34-2020, which includes Table A and Table B, and we're going to assume that that's departing from the most conservative look at parking these amenities, and that's as if they were standalone commercial businesses on 41. I'll use that as another example. So what that is the beach house. Recently, large part of this discussion in these past few hearing days is 12.5 spaces per 1,000 square feet. They've got close to 10,000 square feet of total floor area. They would require 130 parking spaces to accommodate that, over and above and beyond the 947 parking spaces they're providing for the folks who are coming there parking, and I'm assuming trying to carry out that Park One strategy using trolleys, using other modes of transportation. A golf course is parked at 6 spaces per hole. That's 72 spaces. Water parks fall under outdoor recreation. It's as determined by director. That's just an exercise of show me it works, because there's so much variability in what outdoor recreation might be. There's no real parking standard other than you have to make a reasonable pitch to the director that you can park this facility based on its composition. The health spa, we could park at 5 spaces per 1,000. That's what a health spa would be parked. Again, not in a resort setting, but just open to the general public anywhere. That's 72 spaces based on 5 spaces per 1,000. The multi-slip docking facilities at 250 slips, we've heard testified, is what can reasonably be built and is now part of the conditions of this recommended conditions before you, is as determined by director. Once again, one of those show me, you can park it and make sense of it. So just based off of these recent amenities that have been under consideration, we can see that at least 277 additional parking spaces above and beyond the 947 would be required to meet code. And this is not parking that Redfish Grill that you just saw that's probably 12,000 square feet. Some of it might be retail, some of it might be restaurant. There's another 200 or 300 spaces. Case in point is there's too much parking for this particular resort land use, and therefore a deviation is necessary to not pave South Seas Plantation in order to accommodate parking, for Black Friday parking for amenities which are within a pedestrian shed of 2 clusters. So then came the rigorous task of, well, what's an appropriate standard? How do we come up with a rational nexus as to this is what the code requires, a Walmart-sized parking lot, maybe 2 Walmart-sized parking lots, and we understand that we need to bridge the gap between the south cluster and the north cluster because we can't assume that everyone is going to use the tram or trolley, and they're certainly not going to walk 2 miles. So I want to first point out that through development order review, the applicant has been strategically putting parking near amenities. This is the development order approval for the health spa, which includes 78 spaces directly across the street from the beach house. And I would go on to imagine that a health spa and a restaurant probably have different peak parking demand. So there can be some sharing of parking at 6 p.m. when people are getting dinner and at 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. when they're going to the spa or whenever the peak hours for the spa are. But what we have here is we have standard vehicle parking that's uncovered and we have golf cart parking here. And I think that's going to be an appropriate character for parking in this particular resort. As historically it's been used by golf carts, and I think they're going to continue that pattern as we've heard.
Where's the spa building in this?
So the spa building is right here. It's 2 floors. Well, I want to say it's 1 floor above parking, and then there's a second floor above parking that's smaller than the first floor. It's about, I want to say it's about 14,000 square feet under air, approximately.
And underneath is the golf cart?
Yes, because it's in, I believe it's in the limited to moderate wave action, so they had to bring their lowest horizontal member to a certain height. And I think they built this, they built this under the ADD's height requirements.
Correct.
So it's meeting, it's squeezed, but it's meeting the ADD's height requirements with golf cart parking underneath. I imagine if they would have had the opportunity to go through this rezoning process first, they probably would have maybe planned for a little higher, more room underneath this amenity for potentially larger vehicles. But I think that ultimately our position here is, and you'll hear, is that I think we found a healthy balance between golf cart parking and pedestrian vehicle parking, and I think it works. The next spot we're going to talk about, and this is on the south end, and this is the main attraction so far from what we can tell in terms of amenities on the south side, is that $20 million water park. And we've already pointed out that there's golf cart parking here, and that golf cart parking is going to obviously be for this amenity. There's a trolley stop. And so it's our testimony here that land development code does not contemplate parking for resorts. The IT parking generation manual for the addition establishes the average peak parking at 1.3 spaces per hotel room for resort hotels. This is to say that not only are the hotels, that's typically what a resort hotel is parked at, and I'll go into the description in just a second, but some of these multifamily units that are going to be built inside this MPD, and most of them outside of this MPD that are within South Seas, operate like a hotel, like a resort. So it's assumed that they have a very similar parking habit when it comes, or parking behavior when it comes to those particular types of dwelling units that function like short-term vacation rentals. Understanding that they have more rooms, and that in that case additional vehicles can occur, and that's why ultimately, I think the applicant has agreed to parking the multifamily at 2 units, 2 spaces per unit plus 10% guest parking, which is that 2.1 spaces per unit. So the deviation before you is to seek relief from section 34-2020. We're not calling out table A or table B because we're just simply requesting a waiver of parking from accessory or ancillary uses which require certain ratio parking to allow to waive parking requirements for resort amenities. And the deviation condition of approval would require 2 static pools of amenity parking above and beyond the principal use parking. The first is in the north cluster, where we have most of the amenities. Again, the water park's one of the only amenities in the south. There is a smaller boat basin. But in the north cluster, we have 77 required off-street spaces for amenities. In the south cluster, we have 55 off-street parking spaces for amenities. These are above and beyond the 947. And I don't know if you can read this. We aren't going to be able to read this entire slide, but the amenity parking rationale was based on the pedestrian shed of not just the units within the MPD, but the actual collective units behind the gates. So we took, I think you heard Greg's testimony that 60% of the units are located on the south side of 61% of the units are located on the south side of the resort. That's all the beach villas, the tennis villas, the bayside villas. That's where you've got kind of a great degree of density. So what we did is we took the population and everyone who was outside of a standard pedestrian shed of the amenities in the north cluster, we parked those units at we assigned a number to them. And then on the north side, we did the same thing, vice versa. And what you have is basically you have about a half-mile increment in the center, which is where the low-density beach home condos, we go up the stem road and you have kind of these detached land condos that are single-family, pretty low density. You have about 47 units that are actually not within a pedestrian shed of either side of the cluster. So they're not within a pedestrian shed of the north cluster or the south cluster amenities. But you do have, on the north side and the south side, a substantial share of population that is within a pedestrian shed of these amenities. And so with the alternate modes of transportation considered, trolley, biking, golf cart, walking, we feel that providing a static number based on the land use that is really what we're here to discuss, that we don't think the Land Development Code quite understands how to park, is that this standard here is sufficient and we're comfortable with it for providing some level of parking. And I want to go on to say is that if you park these amenities to code, you're going to encourage people to go and drive back and forth between the units and use that South Seas Plantation Spine Road more often than getting on the trolley or getting on the bike and taking that 10-minute walk to the beach house, if you will. So that is staff's position. We're going to provide you an updated recommended conditions. We can provide you some more rationale on that, on how we got there. And if you have any questions on that, I'll certainly take a pause here.
No, I thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. This slide is just to, again, emphasize that there are resort amenities at the north. The water park, while it is certainly attractive, probably more so to families with children, there's 3 resort-style pools in the north side, one of which has a water slide existing. So there isn't necessarily a need to go to the south side to visit a nice resort-style pool. There's 3 of them existing on the north side. This is a description of Land Use Code 330 in the IT or Institute of Transportation Engineers manual. The resort description is to the T what we're looking at. A resort hotel is those that provide sleeping accommodations, restaurants, cocktail lounge, retail shops, guest services. The primary difference, and I'll slow down, Debbie, is that resort hotels cater to tourists and vacation industry, often providing a wide variety of recreational facilities, programs, golf courses, tennis courts, beach access, or other amenities, rather than convention and meeting convention business hotels. It goes on to say that the average parking supply ratio for the 4 studied sites was 1.3 spaces per room, hotel room. That is very close to the Land Development Code's requirement, which is 1.2 spaces. And then this is not an exact science, parking never is, but it's to show you this is not far off from resorts that were similar in nature in other areas of the country in terms of what the peak average parking demand was, which you see actually was 1.29 spaces per occupied room. And so another unique characteristic we saw here is that resort hotels is their peak periods of parking demand is usually early in the afternoon between 2 and 3 p.m., which differs from business hotels where it's actually later in the evening. And this is based on people trying to maximize their time at the resort rather than checking out at 9 a.m. or 10 a.m. to catch a flight or what you'd expect from a business hotel. And that's the distinction in the IT. So I won't bore you any longer with that. There's just a couple slides here regarding the county's evacuation routes you might find helpful as you go through this. And this may be duplicate in your record so far, so I do apologize for that. But it's just, again, to emphasize, this is the county's responsibility to meet these evacuation timeframes. The county has spent nearly $1 billion since the early 1990s, late 1980s on improving evacuation routes. They will continue doing so. And so we're going to move on to Mr. DeFilippo with our planning section. He's going to go over some of the comments in your staff exhibit 3, or staff exhibit 6, if I have that right.
Okay. Nick, we're going to take a break after your testimony.
Okay. And for the record, my name is Nick DeFilippo. I'm with the Lee County Planning Section. I am going to go over the natural resources memo that Adam had given you. I'm just going to run through the questions. A lot of this the applicant touched on with the conditions earlier today, but you had a question, question 7, which was about the Pine Island Sound Aquatic Preserve Management Plan and how the redevelopment was consistent with it. So these two images up on the screen, the dashed area that you can see there, that is the Pine Island Sound Aquatic Preserve boundaries. So those two existing marinas, soon to be multi-slip docking facilities, are not within those boundaries. But if the applicant were to do some type of redevelopment that would be within that aquatic preserve, they would have to, demonstrate compliance with the Lee Plan, Objective 128.4, 128.5, and just for some background, like the aquatic management plan is.
Did you see Hans's presentation where
I
they
did.
plan for docks out there?
I did, and so that's what I was going to touch on real quick. That aquatic management plan is, it's going to look at seagrass impacts. It's going to look at new dredging. It's going to discourage those. And those are echoed in our Lee Plan within those objectives 128.4 and 128.5, as well as manatee protection and those sorts of elements.
Is it your testimony then that will be addressed during the development order process?
Yes, that is. That's my testimony. That's the only slide I have. But I'm going to keep running through the letter, but that'll just remain up there. The next question was about boat maintenance activities and whether they're permitted. The applicant indicated that boat maintenance activities were not permitted, and then they recommended a condition basically that stated that no boat maintenance activities were permitted except for emergency repairs. We're in agreement with that. Then you had a couple questions about the fueling facility. To address those questions, the spill and contamination contingency plan would be addressing those. And that's a new condition that was gone over earlier this morning. You had a question about prohibited, whether covered wet slips were prohibited. The applicant indicated that none were proposed. And then I just wanted to also add that if they were proposed, it would have to demonstrate compliance with the Lee Plan and the Land Development Code, and there is a Lee Plan policy that states that open wet slips are preferred to covered wet slips to reduce shading of water bodies. So that's something there. And then The Land Development Code, Section 2674, outlines the regulations for boathouses and dock pavilions associated with private single-family residential uses. So there is a special exception process to go through, and
Right.
so that's something that could be evaluated further down the line.
Right, but this isn't a single family.
Exactly. So if it came in as a multi-slip docking facility, it would have to demonstrate compliance with the LEED plan, which may be challenging. But that would be evaluated at development order. The next question was
You
about,
don't feel like it's necessary just to prohibit it at the outset?
could be, yeah. I mean, if it's not something that they're intending to do, it could be prohibited. I'm not opposed to it. So the next one you had on here was a condition requiring disaster management plan. The emergency preparedness plan within the new proposed condition that would address that, and we have in there that it's got to be prepared in accordance with Administrative Code 7-7, and that's consistent with some of the other cases that you directed staff to take a look at. And the rest of that condition addresses the multi-slip docking facility basin management plan, the hazardous material management plan, and the educational material and signs for manatee protection. And those are consistent with the other cases that you directed staff to take a look at. So then I'm going to jump to the other questions you had regarding the golf course and water quality. This started at number 17. You directed staff to look at some of the other zoning cases and that had similar, natural features like this one, abutting natural water bodies and golf courses and that sort of thing. I do have a very detailed plan that we can go through, so that one I'll talk about in a little bit. Question 18 was about the reuse. You directed staff to, draft a condition tracking the reuse water on surface water and estuarine water quality. I thought the applicant gave a good presentation, I guess that was a week ago now, where they went into detail about the current monitoring that's done as part of the wastewater treatment plant that's required by the state. So that currently requires quarterly monitoring, and they've been doing that for many years. I looked into that permit. They've got multiple wells that they are monitoring. So given that, staff didn't see that there was another condition was warranted to duplicate these efforts. It looks like it's already taking place. Question 19, I'm going to loop into the big condition at the end. Question 20 was about to establish a lake management plan for the on-site lakes. I wasn't entirely sure what you were looking for, but just to provide some background there. So the lakes are part of the stormwater management system, and as part of the South Florida Water Management District permitting process, there's a maintenance entity that's responsible for ensuring that those lakes are still in compliance with the plans. They're required, they're supposed to go out and do inspections, and if they identify issues that need to be repaired, they're responsible to make those repairs. So that's part of the operation and maintenance of those stormwater lakes. And during the review of the development order for the golf course renovation, the applicant provided that permit as well. So in addition, the applicant also recommended a condition that required them to submit an annual lake slope maintenance report. That's all I have on that. I don't know if that's really required or not, but since they were supposed to be doing that anyways, but if they want to recommend that condition, we're not opposed to it. Another question you had was to describe the planned enhancements to the surface water management system. I think the applicant addressed that. So then question 22 ties into, question 19 and question 17. So to address the water quality monitoring, staff's proposing the condition that would require a water quality monitoring plan prior to the construction of a positive outfall. So that would be anywhere within this MPD boundary. And that monitoring plan would require 2 sampling events. We've listed the parameters that would be looked at, and the locations would have to be at the outfall. It would require a contingency plan and then annual reporting. And then the golf course management plan, that's a lengthy one, and I mean that was drafted after looking at some of those other cases that you referenced, Paradise Isle specifically, and talks about fertilizer, pest management, nutrient management, the application of, fertilizer and herbicide, pesticide, storage of pesticide, fertilizer, equipment, construction material. And to summarize this, it's basically establishing a plan and to establish best management practices to efficiently apply these or implement them so that we're reducing potential water quality impacts. And that is all I have. I'm available for questions.
I have a couple questions. Unless you have questions.
No, go ahead.
Under the lake management plan, as I understand the land development code and traditional conditions, the management plan is usually required when you have a deep lake, isn't it?
Yes.
And so that's a lake that's deeper than 20 feet.
Neil, I'm having a hard time hearing you. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, what?
Can you speak in the mic?
She can't hear. Okay. I don't get accused of being... I said a lake management plan is typically required when you have a deep lake, which is a lake deeper than 20 feet.
Yes.
And in this case, we don't have any lakes that are deeper than 20 feet.
No, the lakes are not deeper than 12 feet in that development order.
And you reviewed the water quality condition, which requires monitoring at the outfall. Did you hear the discussion this morning about the fact that there is no outfall?
Yes.
And so do you agree with the revisions that Mr. Baracco suggested, that we wouldn't do monitoring unless the system was changed to actually have a positive outfall?
Yeah, that's the intention of this condition.
Okay.
Yeah,
I just
that's
wanted
the intention of this.
Yeah, make that clear. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You're gonna go on a break?
Yes. We're going to take a break. We'll resume.
Good job.
Me from Jimmy P's and bring him beer.
It's not, and you just have but it's never used.
Okay, let's go.
Good afternoon, Madam Hearing Examiner. Rob Price with Lee County DOT. I have not been sworn.
All right, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you went into the record will be the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I like what you've done with the place. It's been a while since I've been up here. So I have testified in this forum in the past, and I've been previously recognized as an expert in traffic engineering and transportation planning, and I wish to be tendered as an expert again today.
Yes, please proceed.
Today, I plan to address 3 basic topics to transportation associated with the proposed South Seas application. First, I want to address how the county strives to satisfy longstanding policies in the Lee County Comprehensive Plan related to hurricane evacuation. There was a lot of discussion about traffic, especially related to hurricanes, so we just want to discuss that. I'm going to discuss multiple strategies deployed by DOT related to improved hurricane evacuation conditions. Next, I'm going to go into traffic conditions along Captiva Drive as it relates to the proposed application. And then finally, I'll wrap up with some discussion about Captiva Drive and its designation as a constrained roadway and the applicant's responsibility to mitigate any perceived level of service deficiencies. So back in 1987, the county's disaster preparedness plan was memorialized in the Lee Plan. And this was put in place to ensure the public safety against the effects of tropical storms and hurricanes. As a part of that plan, policy 7.AA.2 was introduced to require transportation planning efforts be consistent with demands for timely evacuation of at-risk population for Class 3 storms. The policy's been amended many times over the years. It was amended in 1989 with Objective 79.1 to restore evacuation times to 1987 levels using a series of different policies. Of particular relevance was Policy 79.1.3 and 79.1.4. Policy 79.1.3 states critical roadway links causing congestion on evacuation routes for Category 1 through Category 3 hurricanes shall receive high priority for capital improvement expenditures. Policy 79.1.4 also requires new or replacement bridges on evacuation routes spanning major or marked navigable waterways shall not be drawbridges except where a high-span bridge cannot physically be constructed. And that's obviously important. As we're talking about Sanibel, we replaced that bridge in the early 2000s. This is the very first iteration of the comp plan that gave DOT clear and actionable direction as it relates to hurricane evacuation planning by policy. These policies have generally remained in place in the comp plan since, with just some minor adjustments in language. The current Lee Plan Objective 73.1 on evacuation reads, work towards attaining out-of-county hurricane evacuation for a Category 5 storm event that does not exceed the timeframes referenced in the statewide regional evacuation study. Lee County will work to improve clearance times by increasing shelter availability within the county, improving evacuation routes, and increasing public awareness and citizen preparedness. Now, why is this important as it relates to the matter that's before you today? I would argue that the Lee County Comp Plan has largely put the burden of satisfying and improving hurricane evacuation on the Department of Transportation and not on the backs of developers. Developers are responsible for mitigating their site-related traffic impacts, and the regional mitigation is the responsibility of Lee County DOT and the state. So how has DOT strived to meet and exceed these policy directives? I point your attention to the slide that's before you right now. This is a map of various hurricane evacuation routes through the county. And you can see the vast majority of our arterial roadway network has been designated as a hurricane evacuation route. DOT has deployed several strategies to preserve capacity on these roadways. The most simple strategy is to limit access. More driveway connections on a roadway leads to more conflict points, which lowers the carrying capacity of a roadway. Many of these arterials shown on this map are covered under a controlled access resolution to help preserve capacity on those roadways. Summerlin Road is a prime example as you leave Sanibel. The county has also invested heavily in capacity adding roadway improvements on so many of these hurricane evacuation routes since the inception of these policies in the Lee Plan. I point your attention to this slide, which demonstrates that investment. Since 1990, Lee County DOT has spent almost $930 million from our capital improvement program on hurricane evacuation routes. Of specific relevance to this case is the 1990 Blind Pass Bridge replacement, the 2007 Sanibel Bridge replacement, and multiple improvements to sections of Summerlin Road to improve and add capacity to the hurricane evacuation route for Sanibel and Captiva. The Sanibel Bridge replacement project, I would emphasize, furthers the county's goals and policies by replacing a drawbridge structure with a high fixed span bridge. DOT also optimizes signal timings to aid in hurricane evacuation. Annually, we review and update our signal timing plans that we can implement to focus green time for critical evacuation routes. We are stationed at the Emergency Operations Center leading up to possible evacuation orders. When necessary, we can use our advanced traffic management system to activate these evacuation timing plans, which changes signal timing at numerous intersections with one click of a mouse. So we've never had to actually implement one of those timing plans. So we don't do contraflow, but we, with one click of the mouse, can change the signal timing plans at all of the intersections between Sanibel, Captiva, and the interstate to focus green time for folks that are evacuating. I also want to talk a little bit about the traffic conditions on Captiva Drive. Ted Treesh in his testimony summarized the traffic volume discussion on Captiva Drive, and we are largely in agreement with his testimony. The county eliminated several count stations back in the late 2000s due to budget constraints, and the temporary counts that we performed in the past on Captiva Drive have not been done again since the late 2000s. So our concurrency report was utilizing traffic information that didn't seem real accurate. The proposed development is obviously a significant distance away from the Sanibel Causeway, and the location of the FDOT data is near the causeway there. So we should have been using the last count that we did in 2010 on Captiva Drive to develop our concurrency report traffic volumes for the area. We believe the historical counts in this area on Captiva Drive are still relevant due to the characteristics of Captiva, limited amounts of new development. There's just not a whole lot of growth that you would see out there. So to confirm our assumption, we went out and performed a new traffic count in January of 2025, and we found the volumes on Captiva Drive to be reliable and consistent with those collected back in 2010. Moving forward, this new traffic count will be utilized in developing future iterations of the concurrency report. So I also wanted to discuss Captiva Drive's designation as a constrained roadway. The comprehensive plan designates certain roads as constrained when there's an inability to physically increase capacity on the roadway. Constrained roads allow for an increase of capacity up to 85% of the general level service volume. This was implemented as a tool to continue to allow development and redevelopment when roadway capacity improvements aren't viable on certain roadways. Some examples of constrained roads are Daniels Parkway in areas where there are already 6 lanes. McGregor Boulevard is a good example, as you have all the palm trees. To 4-lane McGregor would wipe out a lot of things that are really historic to Lee County in the city of Fort Myers. So that's a constrained road. Captiva Drive is also a constrained roadway. Widening of Captiva Drive just simply is not possible due to private property impacts for the most part. This designation was obviously more relevant back in the day when transportation concurrency was regulatory. But now that it isn't a regulatory function, we still rely on our zoning and development order traffic study reviews as we look to address site-related impacts with projects like what's proposed before you today. In conclusion, we are in agreement with the findings and conclusions made by the applicant with regards to the transportation analysis associated with this proposed rezoning application. The added traffic associated with the proposed rezoning, we do not believe will adversely impact the roadways in the vicinity of the site, and the project will be required to address their site-related impacts at the development order stage. And with that, I am available if you have any questions.
Thank you. I don't have any questions.
I have a couple. You indicate that you control the signals on county roadways. Do you also control the signals on any state roadways?
Yes, we have interlocal agreements with all the municipalities and the state. We are the sole maintaining agency for traffic signals and signal timings throughout all of Lee County.
Well, I'd like a word after this hearing is over then.
I'm sure you would. Get in line, ma'am. Get in line.
Oh, and you mentioned that you can have somebody in the Emergency Operations Center to adjust the green time. Have you personally ever had that experience to be in the operations
Yeah,
center?
I am that person.
You are that person?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're speaking of that which you know, not what someone else
Absolutely.
is doing?
Yeah.
I don't know if you know, but there is a four-way stop at the Causeway and Periwinkle. And I believe you've had a chance to look at the numbers that that four-way stop can accommodate in terms of trip, both as a four-way stop or as a sheriff or deputy directing traffic. And I think you've even thought about it from the standpoint of a roundabout. Is that true?
That's accurate.
And when you analyzed that, did you determine that the four-way stop amount of trips that can accommodate with the sheriff or deputy is comparable to the roundabout?
Yeah, we've looked at it. A four-way stop is obviously the least ideal type of intersection. You're going to get the least amount of capacity. A roundabout moves traffic a lot better. I think the city of Sanibel's experience, based on discussions we've had with them, is that because the traffic is heavily bi-directional, you don't have traffic coming from all four directions at all moments of the day, that the directing of traffic makes traffic flow better through that intersection. The MPO did a study way back, probably 10 years ago, where they evaluated a lot of intersections throughout the entire county. And that intersection ranked as the #1 intersection for a future roundabout location. And, you know, I know the city's had some different opinions on whether they want to move forward with the roundabout or not. When they come to DOT to ask our opinion, we fully support the idea of a roundabout. There's some ways you could design that roundabout that might provide some relief for some of the other movements. You could have slip lanes, perhaps, that would allow people to not have to actually travel into the roundabout and give more of a ability to make a right-hand turn and you know, kind of in a free flow type condition. I do know that the city has a part of their charter, which is kind of strange, that requires any added lane capacity over 100 feet has to go to referendum. So I think that's part of the frustration with the city and why they aren't sure they want to take it to referendum to actually implement a roundabout. And if they're not going to provide some of those features that can allow for some free flow traffic, it may be just as well for them to have the police there to direct traffic.
And to that end, I don't know if you got to hear Mr. Alexander this time, but I know you did previously. Mr. Rourke and Mr. Alexander testified that for evacuation purposes, the four-way stop is a constraint, and they didn't evaluate it as having a sheriff or deputy directing traffic. In your opinion, is that an appropriate analysis to assume a four-way stop with no deputy?
So I would say that's not appropriate. They always have had the police officers there directing traffic leading up to a hurricane evacuation. And the testimony that the police chief had given in other proceedings was relative to traffic flow pre-hurricane evacuation hasn't really been a problem from them. A lot of the users on Sanibel, you know, they kind of see the weather forecast, they evacuate sooner than the county actually implementing a hurricane evacuation order. So it's pretty orderly is the way he phrased it. And I would tend to agree with him from our general experience of monitoring the traffic flow on cameras. I mean, that obviously is one of the main locations that we're focused on, is Sanibel, Pine Island, Fort Myers Beach. We have cameras throughout the entire county. And at my workstation in the EOC, I am looking at all of our Barrier Island cameras that we have to monitor traffic flow. If there's congestion-related issues, we're on the phone with the timing folks. We're making adjustments where necessary to make sure that we can safely and orderly move traffic off the barrier islands in advance of a hurricane evacuation.
Were you in the Emergency Operations Center for Ian?
I was.
And did you see any difficulties on your cameras in evacuating San Juan Captiva?
We did not. We did not have to implement any of our special timing plans for Ian or Helene or Milton or even Irma.
Okay, thank you. How many other questions?
Thank you, Rob.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, for the record, Adam Mendez. I just have a couple more points to drive home. The building height, again, I thought it was a great presentation by MHK Architecture on the difference and what's being proposed and what's existing. And so I just want to try to put these buildings in perspective on a map. I think that's the only thing I can do to add to that. And so I'm going to start with these lines on the MCP, and again, just say that these were put on the MCP for intentionally, and that's to show the different flood zones, because then at that point, there's an inference on what the building height's going to be, as we've discussed. So I'm going to move to the actual portions of the master concept plan where you can see some building envelopes. You can see that track B is going to be one of those buildings that are actually going to require that coastal DEP monument marker elevation that rises to the highest buildings that you're going to be seeing. So it's these residential tracks that you're going to see the highest building heights, and you take a look at their location of the buildings in context of what they're surrounding. We had some cross sections showing what would be between them. The coastal limb wall or limit to moderate wave action line is shown on both slides, and you can see the moment it touches a building, that building's subject to it, and that's going to create additional height. There's a resiliency cushion that's only applicable to properties that fall within the coastal A zone or within the coastal V zone. There's no buildings proposed, to my knowledge, that are in the coastal V zone. It's just in the AE zone. And in the coastal A, near the this tract here, you can see the line kind of comes down. It's questionable whether or not this is going to require coastal A elevation, but if it does, it will certainly allow 4 feet of additional elevation plus the lowest horizontal member structural depth, and that's as determined at design. I don't want to beat that to death, and I'm really not picking on Soraya here. I didn't coordinate with Alexis on having this up here. This came naturally. It obviously was a major point of discussion during our hearing when it came to compatibility and what a single-family residence is. And I want to just provide some testimony as to, well, initially why the deviation was the deviation and what the logic was behind it. And as Alexis has pointed out, this is not just a single-family hotel, or sorry, single-family residence out in Briarcliff that's abutting a cow pasture that this is coming in, that now development is now surrounding it. This is a house that was built intentionally to be a rental, luxurious getaway. It's got all of the amenities and accommodations that make it, I'm sure, a very great rental product. You've got 4 master bedrooms, or if you want to call them 3rd and 4th suite with in-suite bathrooms. This is what we were looking at for compatibility, and you've got plenty of testimony in the record to say most of the dwelling units, timeshares, are used in a manner that's really more consistent with a hotel land use. This was built in a resort. The resort came first. They built their house adjacent to a tract of land that was designated resort, a 1973 original resort. There is no guarantee that this would be forever volleyball courts or a golf course, any sort of resort amenities that complied with the administrative interpretation, and then the balance of the land development code couldn't come forward. But it's certainly understood for compatibility purposes with the outdoor seating. We have this ability to condition now with this plan development action, and in doing so, The applicant has proffered a condition concerning the louvered wall system on top of a concrete wall system to create some compatibility with the decking and some enhanced perimeter planting. They've withdrawn their deviation for the buffering. And so I just point out again that this is, while it is a single-family residence on the property appraiser's website, it is also operating much like a 4-unit micro hotel, or it can be used that way as it was designed, as seemingly designed to be. And so I think we've hit the head on compatibility. We think in terms of, first off, what's being proposed, and in the event that there ever was damage to a lot of these existing 3-story buildings over parking, that they'd have to be brought up within a reasonable height of this. And that even with the height difference as they are existing, with the separations that are proposed, with, again, the resort land use that this has been since, I think we've heard since the 40s, since it was a fishing camp, is that in this context here, we think that with the conditions of approval, that we can demonstrate that compatibility is met, that burden of proof is met. And with that, we've got a multitude of recommended conditions in light of your feedback to staff and the applicant, and listening in on public comment to see where adjustments could be made to accomplish satisfying some of those concerns. And so with that, I am happy to turn this over to you to decide the fate of this hearing.
Okay, thank you very much. Some housekeeping. I understand I'm going to be receiving a revised set of conditions and deviations. Is that true?
That is correct.
Will there be any further commentary associated with that, or it's just going to be what the new conditions and deviations are?
I would like to aim for it to be a joint submittal, if possible. I don't know if we'll be able to agree on every word, so you might get...
So let me speak to that then.
Yeah.
If you do not agree on every word, it is my preference that you list the condition the way staff wants it to be, and then directly underneath it, how applicant wants to be, highlighting the language that is the point of departure.
Okay.
I don't want strike through and underscore in a single paragraph telling me they want this, you want that. That's too confusing. So paragraph 1, staff, paragraph 2, applicant. It's going to be the same paragraph except for as to what you don't, your each take on what that condition should be. That would be most helpful to me. That way I can select one or the other, try to form a hybrid of my own, delete the condition altogether or whatever. So let's proceed in that way with regard to that, and the same thing with deviations. In its entirety, the way staff recommends, in its entirety, the way applicant prefers, only if there's a disagreement.
Absolutely, we will follow that direction.
And if need be, not on the list of conditions, but in perhaps a separate little short one-page memo, explain the concern from the applicant standpoint?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. There could be some commentary elaborating on the point of departure. But I think the request is not changing. So I don't feel as though we have an issue where we need to have more public hearing on it.
No, I wasn't suggesting
We're
that.
really talking about nuances in wording, and whether, based on the presentations that I've heard, what condition or deviation is most appropriate. Today is April 18th. How much time would you like?
2 minimum.
Okay, well then that answers that. Okay.
You sure you don't want more than 2? Okay, just 2 weeks. We'll make it work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Am I getting an updated master concept plan, or am I relying on the, I will be getting. 2 weeks, that's it?
I mean,
Why don't we say
could ask
this?
for more time.
We want to have a target to shoot for. If it comes that we're not going to, we will submit a joint request asking for more time.
Why don't we say this?
Okay.
We'll set it at May 16th.
Okay.
You're free to complete it before then, and if you need more time, by that time, request it.
Sounds good.
Not that I'm suggesting this is going to be a huge undertaking, but,
There's only
you
a
know.
couple.
No, and I understand July break is coming, and I'm going to make a wild assumption that given 9 days of hearing, you won't be able to wade through that before summer break. Am I right about that?
You will not have your final board hearing before the break. You may have my recommendation before the break.
Okay.
A
So
lot of
that's-
it's going to depend on my caseload.
I want to adjust their summer schedule if need be, so they know when to be here.
I think it's safe to assume.
We don't want them in Tuscany when we're here at a hearing.
The possibility exists that you will be heard before the board's break.
Okay.
But it's probably remote.
But probably remote, okay.
Just because of the advertising that's involved, you know, they need lead time before it's in the paper, and then it's going to be in the paper 10 days, and
So we should think about the first or third Wednesday in August as the earliest. Is that what we think?
yeah, it's probably the first Wednesday in August will
Okay.
when it'll be. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate the detail of the rebuttal. It was very helpful to me. I appreciate the patience of those who came to every day of the hearing, and all the members of the public that, even though they're not here today, I appreciate their input, and it certainly gave me things to think about and will continue to do so. And that closes the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and have happy Easter.